Instruments conference call for the quarter. I don't want to say it's belligerent. I would say it basically says we don't have to answer to you. We have our own rule. We have our own game. Don't throw us off our game. And this was very, it rattled a lot of people during the period where every single one of the auto companies couldn't get any large form factor, which it would have been Texan, so they had to go to Taiwan. And what disturbed me was that during a period when you really needed their chips, they just said, listen, this is our plan. We're not going to throw ourselves off our plan. Now, I think, David, what could happen here is that it could get negative because of the doctrinaire nature of Texas Instruments. And I think their rather unwillingness to ever debate even their strategy.
They, you know, you're hitting on the key points, I think, Jim, in the sense of, and it's unclear, I believe, frankly, from Elliot's perspective,
ECB's
perhaps,
not
as to
says
how far they're going to be
disinflation
able to
continues
get
and the
here in
midterm
terms
outlook
of
is
will they get a
improving.
willing
The
audience.
precise rate path depends on data
And I
and
know a number of
projections
analysts
key.
have actually felt
Policy rate
similarly.
is to
And
gradually
so,
become
you know what,
less
you guys have a
restrictive,
15-year plan.
and it will
That's great.
soon
I
be
think Stacey
appropriate
Ratzon
to
over
ease
at Bernstein,
restrictive
for
policy
example,
stance.
but I
We
can't
have to
necessarily
avoid
tell
any
people to buy your
commitments on a
stock when you're
specific
talking
future
out
rate
that long
path.
out.
Yeah, and it's, again, it is one of where you can ask them questions and their answer is basically pound sand. This is how it goes. Not vicious, but at the same time, I'm very grateful that I never have to be on one of their calls.
Well, you know, Elliot doesn't typically go away easily.
No. This company's worth so much more than it's selling for.
We'll watch that. We'll talk a little more tech as well between Apple and this China news today. Take a look at the pre-market. We'll get to some other news on sports betting, PayPal, the memes, of course, got a new target on Netflix, and some moves on the cruise lines when we come right back. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari weighing in on rate cuts this morning. Listen to what he had to say on CNBC Europe earlier today.
The U.S. economy has remained remarkably resilient. GDP growth has been strong, much stronger than forecast. Most people thought that we'd be in a recession toward the end of last year. That didn't happen. Instead, we had very strong growth. U.S. consumers have remained remarkably resilient. The housing market has remained resilient. So I'm not seeing the need to hurry and do rate cuts. I think we should take our time and get it right.
Meantime, we are going to get PCE Friday, Jim, and if it comes in line, would be the lowest in about a year.
Yeah, well, I do think there's this dichotomy that's brewing, which is that we're starting to win, but we're starting to win before, and it fooled us, versus a very simple, let's get out of this whole rate cut talk and just say, you know what, we had a good economy, and we're fine. Why do we have to risk the economy overheating? Right now, it's not. You know, like then when we have this debate on TV, it does nobody any good. I think it's just much better to be able to say, listen, this is when unemployment goes higher and the economy slows down, we will take action. But right now, why? And I think it's a very commonsensical approach. I really liked it. I thought it was very smart this morning.
And so what? We're going to just hang around 4.5% for a while?
Yeah.
For a long
I
time?
think so. Until things break down. I mean, he's saying don't use a timetable. We want to use timetable on TV. Now, immediately after he said it, there was a very good manager, I know him for 30 years, who said, oh, come on, there's two cuts. There's one in September. There's one. No. He's not saying that at all. He's saying, look, here's the game plan. And the game plan is not going to change until something changes in employment or something that makes it so that we actually have problems. And we don't have problems, so why do anything? I liked it. I thought it made a lot of sense.
Meantime, B of A with a great chart, Jim, looking at how the best time for equities is when you have a decelerating GDP and reaccelerating EPS. And with 97% in, we got almost 6% EPS growth.
It was and is a halcyon time. And we just don't want to believe it because of all the problems overseas. But they're not influencing our markets.
We'll talk some more geopolitics as well after an eventful weekend, of course. We'll get Cramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell. One more look here at the pre-market as we start off a holiday-shortened week. Don't go anywhere. Take a look at some NASDAQ 100 gainers. Texan is moving on David's report here about Elliott, followed by some of the other tech names we mentioned, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and we'll get to the PayPal news as well with a 2% pre-market gain. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
All right, let's get to a mad dash before we have an opening bell. First trading session, but it is a Tuesday, don't forget.
Yes, indeed.
Cruises.
Yeah, look, I had Norwegian Cruise on last week. They tell a good story. I mean, they're all booked up. It hasn't really meant anything to anybody. And then all of a sudden this morning, we have a couple firms come out and say you got to buy them. Melius, Mizuho. Mizuho says, listen, you must buy Norwegian Cruise, leaving the no-wake zone upgrade to buy. There's a host of positive notes about Viking. And, you know, David, what's so interesting about this is that this is really the epicenter of COVID. Everyone has completely forgotten about that, which is incredible because people understand the bargain of cruising. And it's finally resonating. These guys, now a lot of them have people felt that they took down too much debt during.
Well, that was going to be my question. What does the capital structure of these companies look like, given what they had to do to stay alive during the pandemic?
They still have a huge amount of debt, and you would say, listen, there's too many turns. They need to pay a lot down. And I would say Norwegian Cruise has a payment this year that they have no problem making, and this one is the cheapest one relative to debt. So it is an exciting company because they have this. You know, they go worldwide. It's not Norwegian. But Carnival is probably my least favorite. Royal had been my favorite, but Norwegian's got this management that is telling a great story without the stock moving yet.
And to your point, Viking is now a new entrant.
Yes.
As a public company.
But people like Viking, and Viking is everyone. When you're in the industry, they all say Viking, very, very good company. no kids, no gambling. I mean, it's the so-called adult one. But I think that these have room to run, and I think that Norwegian is a very good call. I really do. I loved them last week, Carl. I was like shocked the next day when it wasn't hot. Shocked.
Not to mention.
We're looking now to the market on open imbalance for the S&P 500, 26 million to the sell side, Nasdaq 100, 6 million to the buy side. The Dow 30 is seeing 43 million to sell, Mag 7 near flat at 1 million
Two
to
things
the
in
buy
America,
side.
which is that there are people who are saving and trying to make do, and there are people who are still spending. What you try to do is, are they spending within their means or not? And that, with the people who are spending not within their means, are still people who either lost someone during COVID or realize that maybe they're leading their lives wrong. And that's so existential, it's very hard to factor into earnings per share.
Meantime, here at the big board this morning, it is T. Rowe Price celebrating the 4th anniversary of its active ETFs at the NASDAQ. It is Microsoft's Asian Employee Resource Group celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Month. I don't know, Jim, if you saw Jensen pitch at Taiwan Heritage Day when the A's played the Astros.
I watched it multiple times because it's starting to annoy me. Okay, I mean, David, I mean, we're not Jensen.
No.
That's what it's about. We're not Jensen. We're not Da Vinci. We're not. Look at this. Look at this, David. I remember when you tossed the ball.
Please don't remind me. Please.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Well, apparently threw a strike.
Well,
what else would he do?
Thank you. Yeah,
okay.
That was a bad memory.
Jensen could fit in the lineup.
Still keeps me up at night sometimes.
I know, but it would be and when Jensen develops the robot that can pitch a perfect game, then it's really enough.
I mean, the Athletics may be one of the few teams that's worse than the Mets, though, right? I don't even know what they're out. I'm not sure.
Wow.
Where are they even moving? Are they moving to Vegas? Where are they going?
We lost the second game to the Giants last night. It was very disheartening.
You have the best record in baseball.
We're 4 ahead of Atlanta.
Okay. Yeah. And they just lost. I think they lost to Cunha, right?
They lost that number 2 guy. But look, Jensen. I mean, I don't mean to be. It's been a great time for that company.
And then he'll be in Taiwan. I think might be already as the congressional delegation goes.
Jim,
Carl, you got to throw out a first pitch now. I mean, look, we got pictures of me and him.
I'll watch you guys. Jim, speaking of which, sports betting, this Illinois sports betting tax.
Out of nowhere, suddenly they want a much bigger take. And I didn't even think you could get in and then they could change that. But I guess when your state is probably one of the worst rated states, and everything's game. But that is why Flutter and DraftKings are going down. And I think a lot of people are saying, well, wait a second. You got New York really high take. You have Illinois still less than New York. Maybe we got to rethink how much money the states are making off of gambling. Now, this is something, candidly, I've liked DraftKings for a very long time. I did not see this coming, the Illinois tax rate increase. BTIG has a very good piece on it. But, wow. I mean, New York 51% tax rate is was considered to be the onerous, and Illinois obviously less. But, Carl, this is an industry where now I wonder whether California just doesn't have it yet. California goes and says, listen, let's do 60%. I mean, holy cow. Next thing you know, we're going to have, it's going to be like they're going to do like the U.S. government. Anybody who's on DraftKings knows that it's got the best app. That's what is famous for. What are you doing?
I'm looking through my Tesla pay package file because I wanted to talk about that. I'm looking at shares of Tesla, which are down 2.7%. We're getting closer to that vote. Remember, there's 2 votes. There's one on redomiciling in Texas. That requires 50.1% of shareholders in favor, period. So if they don't get people to show up, so to speak, at the polls to vote, that's a problem for them. So one requires a lot of participation. The other, you take out, it's a majority vote of whatever is voted. Obviously, Musk is not able to vote. This is on the pay package. The 2018 pay package. Why are we mentioning it this morning? And why is the stock potentially down a bit here? Because one of these proxy advisory firms, in this case Glass Lewis, now we haven't heard from some of the others. ISS, of course, usually is the most influential to the extent these firms have influence. And they say, no, we are against it. Remember, this is a pay package. It's options. It was granted. It was approved by 73% of shareholders. That is not affiliated, the unaffiliated shares. And it was thrown out by the Delaware court. They are now putting it back to the shareholders. And it's an important vote because there are some who believe, or at least question, well, what's Musk going to do if this thing gets voted down, what will the company then have to do, or what will it do in order to make sure that they keep him happy, given he's a pretty important employee?
I'd say so. Now, Dave, why, if someone voted yes, would they now vote no?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question, Jim. We're talking about roughly $45 billion worth of stock when he exercises the options. By the way, an important point here, most CEOs are still compensated with RSUs. That's restricted stock, so they get it. You know, it may be lower or higher. In this case, it was options, which means they may never have been in the money. It might have been a big zero. Of course, given the move in the stock price from 18 to even the current, it's not anywhere near zero. It's the biggest pay package anybody's ever heard of, $45 billion or so in shares. It's going to be dilutive. And Glass Lewis, for its part, simply says, you know, I'm trying to find my underlines here. They don't believe that it is justified, in part because of that dilution, and they simply don't think that, and they say that that award, the size of it is concerning. That said, Jim, and it does come in far above any kind of dilution we've ever seen associated with other grants made to chief executives, okay?
Right.
Could be as much as 8.7% dilution. That said, the company has a detailed presentation on their website at this point from the board, talking about everything they did and why they did it, and saying Elon's required to hold the shares for 5 years after he exercises the options, and they believe his award is fully aligned with the interests of shareholders. And many would say, yeah, he delivered. He delivered.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't he get his money?
I totally agree. I mean, look, it was options. It could have gone out worthless. This is one of those, hey, Elon, heads we win, tails you lose. I don't understand why anyone would think that he didn't have everything at risk here. What was he going to be paid if it didn't go up?
Nothing.
There you go. I mean, that is crazy.
Nothing.
Like, don't you wish every executive? I mean, the average. Look, the guy at Boeing, Carl. What's he pulling down? 30? How'd that going?
The guy
30.
you're talking about, Dave Calhoun?
Well, I was trying to, just kind of make the point.
Yeah.
Like in Guys and Dolls, trying to be like
Well,
Harry the Horse.
he did inherit a mess, to be fair to Dave.
True, but I'm saying that in America, if you're a CEO, you pretty much start at 30.
Yes.
What CEO makes less than 30? I need to know.
A CEO is not being paid enough, clearly.
Well, what CEO doesn't make more than, than the first 20,000 people who work for the company?
Yeah.
Remember in 1980 when Reagan was, 1981, when Reagan was president, the CEOs didn't make that much more than this.
No, like they made like 400
Only
grand.
100 times the average worker. Now it's 300.
It's like, now,
Yeah,
thank you.
if they gave away half their salary to the workers,
And in the
there'd
media
never
business,
be a strike.
it's even more. I mean, you pay the CFO $30 million. You can't find a CFO.
You're in the
CFO
media business.
I am. Yes.
You want to detail exactly who's paid like that?
No, I'm just sort of putting it out there because there's been so much value created in the media business that these guys are all well deserving of.
Okay, they all did. Was it? They kind of 10-for-1 reverse split.
I'm coming slowly but surely to the end of my time here at CNBC.
No, not
increasingly
slowly.
clear.
Not slowly. That's the big problem you have.
Although, Jim, I mean, and David, worst Memorial Day box office in almost 3 decades if you strip out 20 and 21.
Yeah.
As Garfield and Furiosa is about all that the studios had to offer on an important weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I was with someone, Ben Stoto, who watched Fall Guy. He streamed it. I mean, I spent $50 trying to watch with my wife.
I went to that. I went to see that in the movie theater.
I liked it. What did I know?
I liked it too. It was
Who
nice.
knows? Maybe it's an older person's movie. I don't know.
Gosling, he's it's a movie star.
Well, but I just think that Oppenheimer looks like a distant past.
We'll see.
Barbie.
I mean, there was the strike, and there is an emphasis on quality over quantity. By the way, Mahaney over at Evercore today takes Netflix from 650 to 700.
There you go.
As they do some work on this sunsetting of one of the tiers.
Yes. It's interesting that Apple Plus puts out things that are quite good. It means nothing because Apple's so big, right?
Nothing.
I mean, NVIDIA could issue Gone with the Wind and Wizard of Oz, and it wouldn't mean jack if it was backed in the, 39, what was that? I mean, there's just nothing that explains the mega caps. It doesn't matter what they do.
It's,
but if you were in a movie studio, it's like remember when Universal was independent. and they had things like Close Encounters, and people would like take it from 38
Jaws.
to 41.
Jaws was a good one for Universal.
Jaws was a good one. Yeah, you could actually. Sumner, my old friend Sumner Redstone, when he, they had the movie company, he would get a look at the movies before, right, as a result of
Inside
being the
information.
exhibitor, and then he'd go out and buy the stocks when he thought it was a good
Did he
movie.
really? Like, did he buy ahead of Godfather 2?
That's what he told me.
He bought ahead of Godfather 2.
I don't know what he bought it ahead of, but I remember naturally he would buy. Yes, he would be like, "That was really good," because you could actually make a. It actually mattered because there were so many of these publicly traded companies to some extent where the next movie was an important one.
Wow.
It kind of does.
By the way, Mary Poppins for Disney. Mary Poppins for Disney
Dick
back
Van
in
Dyke?
1966
You're
was
talking about Dick
nothing
Van
more
Dyke?
important. It's $30 million
Julianne
at the box office back in '66.
I liked it. I went to see it at Radio
You
City
liked
Music
it. It was
Hall.
right. I mean, and yeah, Disney shares were absolutely moving on that. In fact, Warren Buffett was looking at buying them at that very point, as a result of his view that it wasn't fully reflecting the value of Mary Poppins.
That's funny because Nelson Peltz felt the same way in '85.
Not really moving shares of IMAX, but Jim, AMC was up, what, 5 pre-market?
Well, that's in meme stock because the meme people don't realize that they're just they're useful idiots to keep this company alive. I never liked that term.
What do you term the people who are sending NVIDIA up another 5%? We're talking about it now approaching $2.8 trillion in market value. And I just want to keep in mind, so that would exceed everything other than Apple and Microsoft in terms of market value. NVIDIA, right near $2.8 trillion.
Well, David, if you're going to take over the world, you should get a little more higher valuation.
Yeah, I guess. Only $7 trillion to go, pretty
David
much.
doesn't.
To
I
get
mean,
to.
this morning I was listening to some Blackwell, David. It's kind of like plastics.
Yes,
Blackwell.
Blackwell.
And then, by the way, Melius has the next version. I mean, there's just. I remember when Jensen he was musing about something, and I was trying to get him, kind of pin him down. Well, there's a 20-year plan here because it started 20 years ago. I mean, it's not like he woke up and said, "Let's do this."
No.
In 2004, he had this plan.
There's no shortage of capital going towards any startup that's made up of former NVIDIA engineers who say that they're going to be able to do something that competes,
Well,
right?
good luck.
You hear
This
about
company's
it.
going to have so much capital. Did he work? You know, when I threw out the first ball, I started at 20 feet, then 30 feet, then 40 feet, then 50 feet, and then 60 feet, so that I threw a strike. Did he just naturally throw a strike?
First of all, you did not throw from 60 feet. I saw the video. You were nowhere near 60 feet. I'm the idiot who tried to throw from the mound.
Oh, okay. Listen to him. Another useful idiot. Got 2 of them in the show.
Oppenheimer today, Jim. NVIDIA now worth more than Meta, Tesla, Netflix, AMD, Intel, and IBM
It had a better
put together.
year.
Oh, my God.
Just like Babe Ruth. Better year. I mean, now look, that quarter was not initially greeted with anything other than, wow, a typical NVIDIA beat. And then as people looked at the substance of the quarter, they realized how much there's no one closer. And that anyone who is close is just involved with the easier part, the inference, not the training. And then people started thinking maybe it's got software, then it's a platform. And next thing you know, we don't know any company that's able to make what they're doing. David, I know that there are companies that are supposed to be nipping at them, but Jensen made it very clear. Look, Amazon, Google, whatever they're doing is great. He's happy with that. And watch Dell, because Dell is the implementer.
Yeah.
Dell is the implementer. Stock doesn't quit. Oh, come on, 52.
Dell's up another. Yeah.
Well,
look at
I
that.
say
Dell's
own it,
up
don't
another
trade it. That was
4+% as well. There it is. Yeah.
They also have the AI PC, which by the way, NVIDIA's in.
Don't
They're in
forget.
the AI
Don't
PC.
count Michael Dell out, man. Well, a lot of roads lead to Michael Dell.
He was in the front row of when
is.
they had the conference.
He is.
I didn't see anyone else there.
He's still one of the most important people in business
Humble.
and technology in this
Humble
country.
is noted as seeks no limelight.
No.
Gets reiterated as a buy over at Loop today, Jim. And we are going to get HP later in the week, along with a slew of specialty retail.
No, HP has to tell a very specific story about how the partnership, it's a partnership with Microsoft. It's not just that they are a dumb machine that Microsoft has taken over. And Enrique Lores has to say, we have better AI. Now, Dell has a huge AI franchise, so it's really going to be very competitive.
Jim, when it comes to earnings, we're also getting Salesforce, aren't we?
Yes, and the stock has just been a drag. Like, you know, it's just been one way.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
This HubSpot, right? You know this
the
company.
junior Salesforce.
Now, there have been many reports about HubSpot being in conversations with Google. My understanding is absolutely true. All stock potential deal from Alphabet to acquire HubSpot. But my question to you on it is, would Salesforce have
in
interest
10 minutes
in
time now at
HubSpot?
9:55 a.m. Eastern Time.
There
We do
is some
expect
sense
comments
that
from Minneapolis
it's
Fed President
somewhat
Kashkari.
competitive with them in
That gives a
certain
speaker
area,
address
and
followed by panel
perhaps they'd be
remarks at the
taking a look.
Barclays
It'd be great to have
CETR
the small,
International
medium-sized
Monetary
business
Policy
all under
Forum
one
in
roof, but
London.
it feels like to
So
me,
there's no text
Adobe
expected for
Canva,
Fed's Kashkari, but there is a
which is that
Q&A
you've got
expected.
the less
But
developed
keep in mind now we're
Canva,
also
and
seeing
then
the
you
Fed
merge it
bids
with
for
the
fixed
more
income
developed
here. So
Adobe.
the Fed bidding
Right.
for
It's a
Fed
terrific
bids for
thing,
6
but the
month
government
bills total
didn't like it.
$5.3 billion.
If
3 month bills
Alphabet moves
also
in here,
$5.3 billion.
that explains this endless drip in Salesforce. Endless.
This sort of is tied to the chatter we're getting about why software is the weak spot in tech. Snow, Workday, Palo Alto. What happened last week?
You know, I have to tell you, I went over Workday's quarter. I didn't think it was nearly as bad as people felt. Maybe it was not as well told, but the business is not bad. What happened is they have human capital business and the financial business. They didn't get enough financial. This is incredible. But you're absolutely right. Software is no longer eating everything. I find, by the way, Palo Alto, cybersecurity coming back after what people thought was a weak quarter, judging by billings.
But we've talked about the impenetrable nature of the metrics that they give every quarter.
Yes. Oh, come on, down 11. What kind of day is today? The market was up huge at 5 a.m. What happened? What kind of negative people now? They just came to work and just said, you know what, I had a lousy weekend?
Yeah, the S&P is now flat. By the way, interesting, Jim, I mean, Texas Instruments, which we reported on, Elliott taking that $2.5 billion stake. Typically, by the way, it's not just stock. They often use swaps, but ultimately in economics, take $2.5 billion. They're saying, hey, you can do a lot to improve your free cash flow. Stock's doing nothing.
And no news catalyst for this leg down, but just seeing the US indices have raised their opening gains here.
Okay, look.
But it may be in part because you said how Texas Instruments not interested in. They're like, yeah, fine, keep your opinion to yourself.
Then Elliott can buy more. Elliott has never been known to say, they don't want to talk, let's just go away.
No.
I just think Texas Instruments deserves to be higher just because their business is finally humming. They had very little inventory was the call. That's what drove the stock up from that little low. Was they said, listen, the inventory's finally burned off, and that drove the stock much higher. It is a great company. It's just an uncommunicative company that does have very rigid rules in a world where rigidity has been a fault, not a positive.
And that was the word used in the letter, 13 pages letter, rigid. Yeah, in terms of their capital allocation, in terms of their CapEx plan to spend $5 billion last year, this year, and next year, and as much as $30 billion to build capacity that Elliott says is going to far exceed the revenue opportunity given the marketplace. But Texans, you know, they basically say, listen, we'd rather be 2 years early than 2 months late.
Well, they got that inventory low. Look, I'm loath to criticize a company that's a storied company that's done very, very well and did not fall prey to Intel problems. They're not like Intel at all.
The lightest weight on the Dow now, Intel.
Really?
Yeah. As we go to break, check out bonds today. A busy day. We got Kashkari on the tape. Lisa Cook this afternoon. Conference board in about 12 minutes. And 2 auctions, a 2 and a 5 at 11:30 and 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Stay with us.
So at 9:55 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Kashkari, who gives a speaker address followed by panel remarks at the Barclays CEPR International Monetary Policy Forum in London. No text is expected, but a Q&A is. And at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get USCB consumer confidence, forecast 96 on the prior 97, with a range of 99 to 92. And the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.245%, and a prior bid cover of 2.89. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.16%, and a prior bid cover of 2.92.
Now.
It'll be another busy week of retail earnings. And check out Deckers. We talked about their quarter last week with Jim. Today, Truist goes to buy. Jim, it's not just the stock, but Deckers versus Nike over 5 years.
Oh,
they
share
just went different directions.
That and wow, they're saying that Nike's a share donor. It was quite devastating to them. Wow.
Pretty amazing.
Hoka.
The last half decade.
Hoka is king.
We'll get Stop Trading with Jim in just a moment. Don't go away.
Fed's Kashkari says the US labor market has softened but remains tight.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Kashkari says wage growth is still quite robust and relative to the 2% goal. Fed's Kashkari says, I don't think anyone has taken rate increases off the
It's
table.
time for Jim and Stop Trading.
Well, I was going to do NVIDIA, but enough. Airbnb, note from
At
Wedbush,
10 a.m.
upgrading
Eastern
from
Time, we get
hold to buy.
USCB
This is really
consumer
important. A lot of
confidence
people are down on
forecast
Airbnb.
96 on
They
the
have
prior
historically been down, but
97,
that's because
with a
they
range of
couldn't fulfill
99 to 92.
saturation. They're looking at
And the
travel.
US sells
Marriott
$70
didn't have that
billion
good a quarter.
in
Hilton was
3-month
okay.
bills, prior
Hyatt
high
didn't like.
yield
But what I liked about this is that
5.245%,
you
and a
got the
prior bid
Olympics, you have
cover
an
of
event, you have the World
2.89.
Cup, you have
And the US
so
sells
much
$70
going
billion
on,
in
and it's just an
6-month bills,
inexpensive way
prior
to
high
go.
yield
I think this note's very good. They
5.16%,
waited till
and
the
a prior
stock was
bid
down,
cover
and
of
it's a very well
2.92.
timed note on a long-term company. And on Brian Chesky, who keeps surprising. I urge people to go to the site and look at these dream vacations.
The icon,
oh my God,
icon
no,
category.
My daughter, like, we're going away. She says, Dad, have you looked at this? And it's like, you know, a dream come true vacation. No pricing on it. But Brian is so creative. And this was on the place where X-Men were made. I said, no, that's like in Westchester. I'm not going to Westchester. Westchester.
Westchester, that's not a vacation.
No,
Fed's Kashkari
that's
says
work.
if we are surprised
You'll be
by the
calling me
data, the
every
Fed
day.
will do
Hey,
what
Jim,
we
do you
need
think
to do.
Texas Instruments?
No
I'm
matter
in
where you are, I
Westchester.
call you every day. It doesn't really matter. You can't get away from me.
And I'm so glad our partners are refreshed. And I go to Westchester.
Yeah.
You go to Kyoto, I go to Westchester.
Tonight, Jim, you'll have Kava to kick around before things
I've
get a
got
little busier.
Yeah, but I got Cloudflare. And it's very important because we're seeing price competition in cyber. You look at Zscaler today, downgraded. And this is the one bastion where everyone said, listen, there's so much business. You do not need to worry about competition. And that is proving untrue.
Fed's Kashkari says
Only
policy is
CrowdStrike
restrictive
has
by
been
most measures, but not all.
from competition.
Yeah, cars, Walmart, Amazon, Target, and fast food are where these discounts are showing up fast.
Well, I mean, I read somewhere that you know, the Big Mac Friday Diet Coke came to $9 at one point. $9. Texas Roadhouse got a steak dinner for $10.99 if you go there early. The early bird,
Yeah,
5
well,
o'clock.
I got a large fries from McDonald's recently. It was $5. $5.
That's because he used DoorDash to bring flies.
No, I did it at the counter.
You did?
I was driving. It was on the highway. Yeah.
Interesting.
$5.
$5 for fries? How about Biggie fries from Wendy's?
we'll see you tonight, Jim.
All right,
Mad
thank
Money,
you.
6 p.m. Dow's down 144 to start this Tuesday. Don't go away.
Fed's Kashkari says the short-run neutral rate may have gone up temporarily. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. 102, 102 higher than forecast at 96.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, all back together at Post 9, as always, from the New York
So
Stock
CB
Exchange.
consumer
Take a look
confidence
at stocks here in the
prioritized
early action
97.5.
as we start the holiday shortened trading week. S&P little change. Nasdaq's higher as tech continues to lead.
So
Video's
bear
up
in mind,
again.
we are
Up
shortly
0.2%
expecting the
on
results
the
of the 3- and
Nasdaq
6-month
Dow,
bill
down about
auctions. I
140
will lead with the
points.
high
Take a look
yield.
at treasuries as well. We've got a few auctions coming later today. We always look for indigestion at that. 10-year note yield a little higher at 4.479. The 2-year yield, which I'll be watching, is below 5%. Obviously, a breach above 5% might be some cause for concern on the equity front, but we are below that number and getting a little bit of buying in the early action. 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are some movers we're watching. GameStop. Shares are sharply higher after Friday's close. The company said it made more than $930
US
million
Treasury
by selling
yields
45
on the
million
long end
shares.
turned positive
And that
after
works
US
out to a
consumer
sale price of
confidence
roughly
data. 10-year yield last at
$20.74 Stock had been
4.478%,
trading
and
below
seeing 3-month bill
$11
high
at the
yield
start of May.
5.255%,
Going higher Apple inching away from
5.255%.
turning
Bid to
positive on
cover
the year
ratio
again, on pace for its first
2.87,
monthly gain in
2.87. So
2024.
the US sells
More on
$75
Apple and
billion
tech
in
coming up in the
3-month
show.
bills and
And then
awards
DraftKings in the red alongside
35.36% of
FanDuel
bids
parent
at high.
Flutter.
And
Legislators in
6-month
Illinois
bill bid
passing a
cover
new
ratio
budget that hikes
3.06,
taxes on sports betting in
3.06
that
high
state.
yield,
And we're going to talk about the fallout
5.17%,
ahead on the show as well.
5.17%.
Let's get
So
some
the US
conference
sells
board with Rick
$75
Santelli
billion
this morning. Hey,
in
Rick.
6-month bills and awards
Hi, Carl. Indeed, these are our
0.72%
May
of
reads
bids
for
at high.
Conference Board Consumer Confidence. We're expecting a number around 96 on headline. Buckle up. A significantly higher number, 102.0, 102.0. Now, before everybody stops exhaling, let's put a face on this. Last month's 97 moves to 97.5. 97.5 was the weakest since July of 22. The new number pops all the way up to 102, but it's still only the strongest number since March when we were at 103.10, which underscores how weak last month's drop was. Now, if we look at the present situation, it pops up from a slightly revised 140.6, which, by the way, was the weakest number since Nova of last year, and it pops up to 143.10. Also, the strongest number only since March because we had such a big drop last month. And finally, expectations. 74.6, that's the best number since February, not March. And last month's 66.4 becomes 68.8, which is still the weakest number going back to July of 22. So to sum it up, we're seeing interest rates pop up a little bit because the number's better than expected, but it's coming from a significantly lower point last month. And as was pointed out, we have two auctions, one at 11:30 coming up, a 2-year. That'll be at $69 billion. We've never had a bigger one. It's the second $69 billion in a row. And then at 1 o'clock Eastern, the second auction will be 5-year at $70 billion. Second $70 billion auction, never been one larger. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, Rick. Thank you very much. We're going to watch those auctions later this morning and this afternoon. Rick Santelli, as far as what else is ahead of us this week, first of all, we get a lot of Fed speak. As usual, we'll get the beige book tomorrow, which is always good color around what's happening around the various Fed districts on inflation, on the economy. I'll be looking forward to that. Thursday, we get the second look at the first quarter GDP. Remember, the GDP that came out a lot weaker than expected, like 1.6% or so, 1.5%. And then the big number is going to be the PCE, which is the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, which comes out late in the week because the Fed needs to see more progress on inflation. And now the expectation is we get a number.
So looking at the report here, the expectations index was below 80, the threshold which usually signals a recession ahead.
April, again,
The
was
survey
better
also revealed a possible resurgence in recession concerns.
And so the
Perceived likelihood of a US recession over the next 12 months rose again in May, with more consumers believing recession is somewhat likely or very likely.
That's going to be the biggie. As far as the market setup, guys, And you've been talking about just the strength we've been seeing in big tech leading the way, winner-take-all kind of mentality in this market. The Tony Pasquarello, the trading note from Goldman Sachs, had a great chart in it that just showed the 10 largest companies as a share of the S&P 500 in terms of market cap, that's the blue line on top, and in terms of earnings, which is the bottom, the orange line, and continues to go higher and higher. And it's now the market cap is now 35% of the S&P 500 in total. This is just the 10 biggest companies, and their earnings represent 26% of overall S&P 500 earnings. So that whole trip, what was it, Carl, when everyone came on and said, we expect the rally to broaden out, we expect the small caps to play, forget it. It's tech, winner take all kind of environment that keeps going higher on news like last week with NVIDIA earnings.
Yeah, meantime, Tony also reiterated his longstanding narrative that the U.S. consumer is going to defy the bears in his terms.
That's a question. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how income and spending look later in the week. We'll see what the revisions to GDP look like. Obviously, those consumer confidence numbers that Rick just reported, good sign on that front. The Fed is trying to process two things right now. Whether there's enough inflation progress for them to cut rates, and whether the labor market is really weakening so that they would have to get ahead of that to cut rates. You know, overnight we heard from Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari. He spoke to CNBC Europe. They asked him what it would take to get 1 or 2 rate cuts this year. Here's what he said.
Economy has remained remarkably resilient. GDP growth has been strong, much stronger than forecast. Most people thought that we'd be in a recession toward the end of last year. That didn't happen. Instead, we had very strong growth. U.S. consumers have remained remarkably resilient. The housing market has remained resilient. So I'm not seeing the need to hurry and do rate cuts. I think we should take our time and get it right.
He's not in a hurry. He's not a voter this year, but he's become one of the more hawkish members of the Fed. But I think what we learned after last week's minutes is that there are a lot of folks on the Fed, David, that are perfectly content waiting and are going to wait it out.
It does seem like that. Housing market has remained resilient. I'm sort of curious.
Pricing.
I guess pricing, yeah.
And
pricing.
that's really what
Not
they target.
Activity, though, of course.
Activity has been weak, but pricing's been strong, and rental inflate, both on the rental front and on the housing, on the home front, because of inventories.
Well,
and
rentals,
it's been weird.
the rental market, yeah.
Has been hot and strong.
Yeah.
And you know, we're going to talk to Torsten Slok a little later from Apollo. His point has been that the easier financial conditions in anticipation of rate cuts is only fueling more inflation in places like housing, because it has brought rates back down.
ECB's not says the risk of hard landing in the Eurozone is receding quite rapidly.
You know, there's also an interesting discussion developing at the Fed around, so they're now tapering their QT. I know you're interested in the balance sheet.
Always, you know me.
So Michelle Bowman, who's a Fed governor and always gets a vote, she made her position clear on this this morning. She was speaking at a Bank of Japan conference, and she was saying, well, it's important to slow the pace of balance sheet runoff as reserves approach ample levels. In my view, we are not at that point yet. And then she said that she thinks the economy is strong. We need to continue to shrink the balance sheet.
Right.
The thing is, it's already been decided. So they've already announced that next month they are going to start going from letting $60 billion in treasuries run off to $25 billion. So that's how they taper. It's a sizable.
Wow, that's a sizable.
They're going to keep the 35. Reduction in reduction.
Yeah.
Right. So easier financial conditions theoretically, but I think the Fed is pretty content to let this go in the background to monetary policy.
Where are we in the size of the balance sheet right now?
I mean, it's come down. I can check, but you know, we're still in the 7 trillion range. It was as high as 9 trillion after the COVID pandemic. So they've made some progress, but someone like Bowman would like to see them have a bigger cushion if they need to ease going forward, if there is some sort of economic downturn. You know, what's so interesting about all this is the Fed's having this debate about when is appropriate, the economy's so strong. In Europe, they're set to cut interest rates next week. ECB's
and now they're talking about a subsequent cut.
And
right?
now there's some talk, from an ECB member about, here's from the economist of the ECB, barring any major surprise, they've been so clear in telegraphing this.
The USCB consumer confidence data says notably average 12-month inflation expectations ticked up from 5.3% to 5.4%.
Euro's been weak against the dollar. And U.S. companies are now issuing more debt. I keep hearing this color out of the bond desks in euros instead of dollars. And there's been a flutter of activity on that front because they're getting now lower rates.
right?
over in Europe. Look at the euro dollar.
So euro-denominated debt is
popular.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because ECB is going to be ahead of the Fed, and I think
Protect
that
your
will be a
trade from
question
macro headline risk
ultimately
with
for the Fed. Is
Financial
how
Juice
much
Pro.
longer can
Now
they
only
wait as the
$99
last
a year
man
for
standing
our
on
real-time
major
service.
central banks? If Bank of England, ECB, Bank of Canada all start to cut rates before then, they have to make policy for the U.S., no doubt about it. And our economy's been stronger, and our inflation's been stickier, but that differential is something that people are paying attention to.
Yeah, we mentioned Goldman moving their first cut from July to September last week. So Citi's really the only major desk still looking for July. We'll see what we get this summer, if anything.
They're not talking like a July cut.
No,
the Fed members.
No, not really.
Not yet.
Meantime, the S&P NASDAQ coming off 5 straight weeks of gains. Our next guest is tweaking some weightings and rankings. Joining us this morning is Oppenheimer Asset Management's Chief Investment Strategist, John Stolfus. John, it's great to have you back. 5,500, but you are making some changes within the index. Talk about that.
Yeah, making a few changes. The primary one is we brought utilities up from an underperform to a market perform. While its weighting is still below where we had anticipated it would go within the S&P, it's outperformed a good number of sectors here. So we brought it up to a market perform, but we still stick with our favorite sectors, our technology, consumer discretionary, which we think has been hit much too much based on the resilience of the consumer. In addition to that, yeah, we like industrials, communication services, and financials. So we feel comfortable with this. And of course, the industrials, because this is the year we're going to see some spending, hopefully, of all that money that's been allocated to the infrastructure build out.
Right. Is the Fed an overriding factor in your playbook, or at this point are you trying to design one that'll work whether it's higher for longer or we get a cut sooner rather than later?
You know, Carl, we've been big fans of the Fed, unlike a lot of our peers. We have felt that the Fed this cycle has been remarkably sensitive in applying its mandate. The only time it was aggressive was in 2022 when it had to raise, it raised 4 times consecutively, 75 bips at a time, the benchmark rate. But generally speaking, it's been a mix of 11 hikes and 7 pauses. And as a result of that, you know, we think the Fed is bringing this thing in so far without a recession. It may be able not to do it, may be able to do that, bring it in without a recession. And this should be good for stocks. Revenues and earnings growth, particularly earnings growth, remarkably good. If you look at Q1, 8 sectors positive earnings growth, 6 of those double-digit earnings growth, only 1 of those, the Utes. And within that, by the way, with the utilities, the other thing that we're seeing is the market is getting this feeling of anticipation, at least by year end, of 1 cut or 2 cuts. And in that would take away some of the stigma of bond proxy in advance, you know, as a discount mechanism by buying Utes in here. And then the Utes also a big play in terms of AI and the electric grid, which they're likely to benefit from. But that's a longer term play. We think that's why we did get crazy and do an outperform for the year for the Utes.
We're never going back to utilities. We're only going to Utes, John.
No, Utes.
What about, you know, you said the earnings growth is strong. Is it happening as, I mentioned the GDP revision for first quarter. So if GDP is weakening, labor market is weakening, and earnings growth is strengthening?
Let's see how that
Japan's yen falls to the weakest in almost
GDP number
16 years
actually
versus
comes
the
out
pound.
as we go through the quarter. And any revisions that need to be made. But when we look at it, you know, if I take a look at where earnings have come out, you've got double-digit earnings growth in the area of 30 to 40% in areas like technology, communication services, consumer discretionary. We don't expect a dramatic drop-off in terms of growth. If anything, the resilience in business, the consumer, and in jobs growth, even while slowing at this point in the Fed funds hike cycle, points to a healthier economy than many people are giving it credit to.
Yeah, we'll see whether this recent conference board number that we just got reflects any of that, John. And we'll see what this period gives us in between earnings seasons. It's good to see you. Thanks, John.
Thanks.
As we head to break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. NVIDIA marching higher again and now up 30% just this month. Apple's going positive for the year. Where the record-breaking tech rally is going to go from here.
Plus, activist investor Elliott Management takes a major stake in one of the largest semiconductor companies. We'll give you the details.
And Elon Musk's AI company getting a big boost in funding. What that means for him, his company, and the AI arms race. As Squawk on the Street continues on this Tuesday.
Com.
So taking a look now at the Fear and Greed Index, 54 out of 100, which indicates neutral, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is 72 out of 100,
Elliott, the
indicating
$65
greed.
billion hedge
Keeping an eye
fund
on the
best known
VIX
for its
today as well,
shareholder
which is currently up
activism, has
around
made a $2.5
3.5%
billion
at
investment in
12.82.
Texas Instruments and is urging the company to improve its free cash flow by adopting a less rigid plan for capital expenditures. In a 13-page letter, Elliott proposes that Texas Instruments introduce what it calls a dynamic capacity management strategy that would allow the company to achieve free cash flow. Elliott says could be as much as $9 a share by 2026. That would be roughly 40% above current consensus of the analysts who follow what is the world's largest maker of analog semiconductors. Elliott believes that Texas Instruments' rigid adherence to a capital expenditure plan it put in place in 2022 has eviscerated shareholder returns because it has greatly reduced the metric by which TI has always asked to be judged, namely free cash flow. And citing the reduction of free cash flow, it had been as much as $6.40 a share in 2022. It's coming in somewhere around $1.80 a share this year. Elliott maintains that TI has alienated investors who might otherwise gravitate towards its dominant position in serving the automotive and industrial complexes with its analog chips. Its stock price, Elliott insists, has suffered as a result, and they do say that it's trailed what they say is the peer group by substantial margins over the last 2, 4, 6, even 10-year periods. You can see a number of those peers that we're talking about. Elliott goes on to say the key question for TI's management and board is, quote, not whether TI has a thoughtful long-term strategy, but rather is the fixed magnitude and pace of its capacity build-out appropriate given the expected level of excess capacity, going on to suggest the company either communicate more forcefully while it believes such an increase in capacity is justified, or move to
In
that
10 minutes
more
time now, at the
dynamic
bottom of
approach
the
to
hour, we see the
CapEx,
release of
which
the
you could
Dallas Fed
build a new
Manufacturing
fab,
Business
but
Index.
perhaps be more
Forecast
deliberate
minus
about
12 spot
actually
5
putting
on
the
the prior,
equipment in
minus
and buying the
14 spot
equipment
5.
for it, and therefore allow for a more precise response to market demand. Sarah and Carl, you can see it's not having much of an impact at all on Texas Instruments stock price. This is one of the most storied companies in technology history. As we've said many times, $180+ billion market value at this point. They like to do things the way they like to do them. They put this plan in place. They seem very much committed to it, regardless of whether there has been a diminution in overall demand after the inventory supply problems and shocks that came after COVID, and then meeting that inventory supply. And so it's unclear what kind of an audience I think Elliott will get here when they do try to initiate conversations, as I believe they are trying to do in the near term here with the release of this letter.
It is interesting, you know, leading edge chips get all the love and attention, but it is a reminder of how much embedded analog is in the stack already and how much we depend on it now.
It's a great point, Carl. And, you know, 300 millimeter, which is what they are building, continue to build fabs to do. I mean, they are one of the more important suppliers in the world. There's no doubt about it. You can't build a car without a lot of the stuff that comes from that, and or many industrial uses as well.
The stock hadn't done much, but it's really taken off since April, like end of mid-April or so. Wonder if that's when Elliott was buying, or the management has come up with some sort of plan to turn around.
Nothing new that I'm aware of in terms of communication from them. As I said, I think there is some frustration among some of the analysts. When you look at the percentage of buys, for example, it's quite low. Stacey Ragson, who we have on, who's sort of the axe in this industry, downgraded them. I think it was last summer, in part because he's said, great company, 15-year plans are great, but a lot of investors are not going to be hanging around to see the impact of it. You know, again, when you talk about long-term plans, Intel's another one as well that's saying kind of, here, we got to spend a lot of the money now. We're going to get the return later. Not quite the same story as TI, but you're also talking about sort of the promise that's going to come.
Is that an activist candidate?
I don't know if there's what the playbook would be, you know? Like, what would you do?
It's Kashkari says, I think the odds of Fed raising rates are quite low.
You know, modify it, potentially your CapEx. It'll enhance your cash flow enormously, because you're going to build capacity that is not going to be anywhere near what the revenue opportunity is, at least in Elliott's opinion. By the way, we haven't heard from TI and or any response that they may have.
Yeah, great scoop. We'll see what how they return the ball. Still ahead, tech is hovering near some record highs as the mega caps continue to deliver, except for Tesla.
Then sign
We're
up
going to
today
talk some
and get
top
our
picks with
special
one guest
offer
who says
of
the rally
Financial
can
Pro
roll on
for a year's
when
worth
we
of our
return.
service for the price of 1 month, and save 92%.
It's Kashkari says we could stay on hold for an indefinite period of time. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index forecast -12.5 on the prior -14.5.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Elon Musk's XAI announcing a major round of funding with some deep-pocketed investors. Let's get to our Steve Kovac, get some details this morning. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, a group of well-known investors involved in this deal. Andreessen Horowitz, Fidelity, Sequoia Capital, among many others. But let's go over the numbers first. $6 billion being raised here at a $24 billion valuation. And the pitch that Musk was giving to those investors, according to a report over the weekend from The Information, XAI will run on what they're calling a supercomputer, which, if you read between the lines, just sounds like Oracle's cloud packed with a bunch of NVIDIA chips they plan to buy. And XAI's main product, of course, is a chatbot called Grok. Musk pitches it as a chatbot with some humor to it, and it's open source as well. And to put this mega fundraise into perspective for you guys, we just got through 2 weeks of AI announcements from OpenAI, Google, and Microsoft. And just this morning, OpenAI announced it's working on the next version of ChatGPT. Meantime, XAI is teasing it's going to use this cash to catch up and launch some Grok products as well. But right now, XAI is clearly behind the rest of those others I just mentioned. Also, you can bet a significant chunk of that cash they just raised is just going to go straight to NVIDIA to scoop up its best chips, which of course cost tens of thousands of dollars a pop. And another chunk will likely go over to Oracle or whatever cloud service that if a deal doesn't materialize there. And then some interesting lists of investors here. Like I said, Fidelity and Sequoia Capital, they are also investors in the post-Musk Twitter, now called X, of course, and went through significant value destruction of their most recent high-profile bet on Musk. It sounds kind of like that Kevin Bacon moment in Animal House here, guys. Thank you, sir. May I please have another, guys?
You know, it was Faber College, so
Yeah,
as you might
there we
imagine,
go.
I am quite familiar with that movie. But I mean, my understanding was, I talked to some people when they were making the pitch, Stephen, a number of weeks back. That he's talking about potentially a large facility in, I think, Tennessee, 1 million square feet, full of H100s.
Right.
So to your point, just a lot of that $6 billion going to NVIDIA to obviously help power whatever it is XAI is going to be powering.
Yeah, and that's right. And keep in mind, too, like just in the months leading up to this deal, Musk kept publicly denying that he was raising the $6 billion he just announced he's raising. So there's a lot of that. A lot of the money is going to go to tech talent, too, as well. There was some interesting beef going back and forth on X over the weekend between Jan LeCun, who is Meta's head of AI, talking about just a lot of skepticism around what Musk is doing here. But hey, he was able to raise a ton of money to do this. Although we should put it in perspective, guys, it doesn't sound unique to what we've already seen from the other.
Mic check 1 2.
Especially on the cloud side and the NVIDIA side.
Right. Although being able to use Twitter or X as the data source for the large language model helpful at all, Steve?
It could be. I mean, if you think X is full of valuable and trustworthy data, then yes, that is a great exclusive data set that they have. Always some risk to that. I mean, we've seen this with Google, what they're doing with Reddit data. There's always a chance that a joke gets through as fact and things like that. So it will have to be grounded as well in reality. Otherwise, Twitter isn't the best source of information all the time, David.
No, no, it is not. Steve, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Steve Kovac. Tech is, of course, on a bit of a tear, hitting new record highs this morning. The NASDAQ also hitting new highs, coming off what is fifth straight positive week, pushed higher by what else? NVIDIA. That stock's rally right now has it up 30%. That's just for the month. As for Apple, it is looking to have what would be its first monthly gain of 2024 and is almost, let me check right here, but almost positive for the year.
10 seconds.
Down some, less than 0.5% at this point. Joining us now with more on the tech rally and her top picks.
Yeah, I see you guys out there. It's going to be just a few minutes. I'm trying to grab some coffee.
Joanne, let's start off with NVIDIA as it approaches a $2.8 trillion market value. Has it gotten ahead of itself?
Yeah, I don't think so, David. I mean, it's always the case that, a stock's price will build in its future, right? And its future growth prospects are really quite impressive. But to put it in perspective, notice that NVIDIA's earnings over the last year have gone up 460%. Its stock has gone up 250%, but earnings, are leading the way. And so actually the multiples come down in the last year. Nevertheless, right, the stock continues to rise on expectations that its growth will be more long lasting than for many other companies in the market that investors can own. So that's why the stock is where it is, and we do see an awful lot of growth ahead of it. Competition is coming, but it's going to take some years for that competition to make inroads.
Yeah, and what else then? I mean, to the extent that obviously we sit here and talk so often about this opportunity when it comes to to generative AI, beyond NVIDIA, Joanne, are there other names that you think are particularly the greatest beneficiaries?
Well, there's a lot of ways one can invest around AI. Obviously, the picks and shovels through NVIDIA is one way, but another way in that same group is a company like an AMD, which is developing chips coming out this year to do also some work in AI, more on the inference side. But that's a real opportunity, and they continue to gain share against Intel and servers and PCs. But beyond that, look at a company like Broadcom. It's more.
All right, check 1 2, check 1 2. A little early, half an hour early. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Mic check 1 2 3. My ears are like blocked. Hold on 1 second here. Turn that off right there. Well, well, well. Good morning, good morning. Get rid of that right there. Bam! What's going on out there? Whoop, whoop, put that back. Easy, Stevie. Good morning, good morning. Hello, crew. How's everybody doing out there? I'm still alive. Reports of my demise are incorrect. They sound like I had a few drinks this weekend. I have a little bit of playa lung. No drinks. I actually didn't drink a ton this weekend, but I did. I had a lot of dust blowing by my face. I did some. I went to Movement this weekend. It was a 3-day event, and I danced and danced and danced and danced and danced and danced, and we'll talk about Movement. We got to talk about it anyways. We have to definitely talk about it. It's weird. My headphones sound kind of weird. Greatly exaggerated. Ooh. But I did take a vacation, and I went to. My children had other plans, so because I had the adult weekend, and it aligned with Movement, I went there. And what can I say about Movement? Detroit Techno rocks. Let's start with that, period. I think Movement, I don't think Detroit created, I know for a fact that they didn't create techno, but they created the movement behind techno and the development of techno and the following of techno. And I've never been to Movement either. Good morning, Winky. How are you? Morning, Binky. Morning, everybody that's out there right now. Stacy, good morning. Did I have a great weekend? It was a mixed bag. So my daughters took off for the weekend. That was really nice. Which left me to do the adult things, which I don't ever get to do. Check that. I got that in my hand. And so I scrambled last minute to go to Movement, right? So we'll tell you about it. I'll tell you about it once. My experience at Movement. So I grew up as a kind of a party kid. That was my jam when I was young, right? So I liked all things techno, house music out of Chicago. You name it, right? Trance, it didn't matter. Drum, bass, jungle, you name it. Now, as a kid, that really was a movement. They had parties in New York underneath the Brooklyn Bridge. You had Limelight. You had kids just getting together and doing their thing. And then over time, all that stuff kind of became corporatized and organized and all that kind of stuff. Along the way, I found myself going to Burning Man. And Burning Man was really cool a long time ago. I stopped going because of the douchebag tech bros. Like, I don't mind sparkle ponies and things like that, but like the posers and all that kind of stuff. Stopped going. And I went to, last time I went to Coachella, I think was, I don't know, late 2010s. So I haven't done much in that scene since. Usually like small parties, friends, art galleries, that kind of stuff. Since then. So when I went to Movement this weekend, I didn't have any friends with me my first day. My wife was busy with the kids for the first day. Friends were all out of town. It was last minute getting friends together. And so I figured this is what I thought to myself. I was like, well, I'm going to go solo. At least first day, go solo, check it out, getting the vibe, the groove, all that kind of stuff. So I got a well, but another thing, I'd never been to Movement. And a lot of veterans had said, it's a good jumping point. You go and then you leave. Do other things, other places. I showed up first day. I got a VIP pass for 3 days. And this VIP pass gave you, I was deciding between general admission and VIP. Someone said, hey, go get VIP because the porta-johns get disgusting. You get VIP, you can get non-smelly porta-johns, air-conditioned. You get free massages and free drinks, free food, all this kind of stuff. They got couches. It's not crowded, shade, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. I can do that. Especially going solo, right? GA can be kind of dirty, to say the least. But now, when I used to go to those other things, shows like this in the past, normally you go and kind of create your own VIP thing. You do like anywhere I've been, like you go and you have like, we had like limousines bring us back and forth to campgrounds with your family, friends, whatever that is, or they'll like cater it and pools, hot tubs, DJs. You get to know people and stuff like that. If it's Burning Man, you create a camp, however you like it and stuff like that. So I showed up to this Movement with a VIP pass, and my first day I didn't care for it too much. So I showed up and I encountered the serial entrepreneur, fake tech bro, fake rich. Let's network people, and that sucked. I'll be honest with you, and this is weird because there's some crossover with Furus in this, right? Like finance bro Furus are very similar to the same crowd, right? And I went there to dance. I went there to have a good time, meet people, new people, right? Hey, how are you? My name is Jim James. What's your name? Pink Fluffy Bunny. Cool. Let's meet. Let's go dance. That kind of stuff, right? Instead, I got sabotaged a lot in this VIP area. Like I would go in there and people would be trying to befriend me and then soft sell me on something, right? Tell me how rich they were and then want to do business together or ask me for money. That kind of shit. And I don't go to these events for those reasons. I go there to decompress, right? Work hard, lots of stress, long hours, and I'm going there to meet people and have a great time. And of course, I'm getting jumped by people that are only there, and admittedly too, they'll say it. I'm here to network. I'm here to soft sell you my product, or I'm here to, I don't know, tell you how many how many businesses I own and stuff like that. And it was a fucking nightmare. Absolutely, Winky Face. Absolutely. And I had to warn people like multiple times. I had to be like, look, man, I am not here to fucking talk about anything except for good times, good vibes, that kind of stuff. And it was so gross that I probably will never go back to VIP anywhere, anything ever again for the rest of my fucking life. And I got to tell you why, too. I moved out of the West. One of the reasons I moved out of the West was because the bros were getting out of fucking control. And they invaded like Bend and Park City and Vale. I at least live in LA, and it was all over LA, and I didn't last long in LA. I think I lived in LA for 1 year. I just couldn't do the industry. And then the industry not the industry, but the industry rolled over into, it's like all due to social media, right? And so you've got people like me. This is fucked up because these are people like me. I do a live stream. So I'm surrounded by these people in this tent, and I wanted to crawl up a wall and fucking run. No offense to these people. They all seem like okay people, but I'm not that person in real life. I don't. My life outside of this show is very normal. I'm like a normal person. I don't live that lifestyle. I don't have I don't drive a Lamborghini. I don't fly private jets. I don't live like that. I live a very normal life. I've got a wife, children, and matter of fact, people I met there, no one had wives, no one had kids, no one had normalcy lives. It was all about the next best thing I'm going to be doing and crap like that. And I'm just not. I've never been that person. I'd rather go hiking, biking, skiing. I'd rather go surfing. That kind of stuff. You guys some of you guys out there know me personally. I'm not that person in real life. So I've never wanted to become that person, a serial entrepreneur. Or I don't want to own 100 houses or all over the country. And I'm not starting a new, I don't know, whatever it is that they're starting. Did I get recognized? I did. I got recognized by people there. That was kind of cool. What else? I tried to hook up with people, solo party kids to hang out. The shocker was this. I had more fun hanging out in general admission with the plebs, right? Like the poors, than at any time that I did hanging out in those VIP areas. So my first day I got there and I'm like, I'm fucking out of here. And I called some friends from Detroit. They came and grabbed me, and we went and had a party in another buddy's backyard with music. So I left the first day and had our own little party, which is kind of funny, right? You show up there, and then we go somewhere else. Day 2 of Movement, I try it again, and I've got friends and family coming into town to hang out, right? So we go to day 2 of Movement, and that was rad. It was so awesome. So, couple rules here. Do not ever pay for VIP. Don't ever do it anymore. It's cancer, pure cancer. Literally half the people in there are you know how you have people outside of these things that are hustling outside of a show. They've got hustlers inside the show trying to hustle you in these VIP areas. I don't want to be fucking hustled. I'm there to have a good time. So that's rule number 1, okay? Don't ever get VIP. It's bullshit. You're paying to be hustled and sold to. They should ban these people. But day 2, I went with family and friends, and we had a blast. So we danced all day long. We went everywhere, met cool people, pictures, great times, great sets, blah, 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 right? And you're going to love this. It's like it's right before. So we live in Michigan, right? So Michigan is weird. It doesn't get dark until very late, like 10 p.m. It starts getting dark. It's not really dark till like 11. So it's like 6:30 in the afternoon, right? We're dancing. I'm underneath this like VIP thing. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. We're all having a good time. And the DJ cuts the music off. Boom. And it's like it disappears. He's like, I'm out of here. And all of a sudden, out of the main speakers in this place, you start hearing music go down and announcements over the PA system. And the wind starts blowing and the rain starts coming. Then we start seeing lightning. And people start, and all of a sudden, I start seeing people panicking. Zip, one person runs by me. Zip, another person runs by me. And you can hear over the announcement speakers that there's a threat of lightning, high winds, tornadoes. So, and people start panicking. So, like, security comes out and tries to corral, tens of thousands of people down into an underground shelter by an amphitheater, permanent amphitheater. And people are congregating underneath big tents with big metal poles. And, like somebody getting paid $10 an hour to ground those structures and to resist strong winds, right? So we ran. We didn't run, but I grabbed everybody and I said, look, we got to get out of here. We don't want to get corralled down into a underground shelter with 10,000 bodies in a hot, sweaty summer day. We don't want to get trampled because there's some trampling going on, too. There was like panic, thousands of people just running. And so we took off. And matter of fact, as we were leaving, security tried to stop us from leaving the event grounds, and we were like, "Get the fuck out of our way!" So we cut that day short. Day 2 was cut short for us. Oh yeah, get up there. But it was a great day. We had a blast out there. Great sets, great DJs, and we're part of the day crowd, not the night crowd. Not the late night crowd. So we took off out of there and went out and had another party, hit a couple after hours. And then on the last day on Monday, it was basically almost a washout on Monday. There was more high wind, more cold, more overcast, more rain on Monday. So Monday I didn't even go. As a matter of fact, I sold my weekend pass to one of the hustlers outside. And when I took off, right, it was so dangerous that I had a VIP locker with my stuff in it. They wouldn't let me back in to get that stuff until Monday, so I went back on Monday, grabbed my crap. How many gummies to shovel? Well, the thing is, too, when people panicked, the whole place was probably tripping balls or high as fuck. And so when people started panicking, I'm like, oh, shit, you've got a bunch of people tripping their balls off, rolling face, whatever they're doing, and all panicking at the same time. And they tried to downplay it in the news and public, but it was pretty crazy. It was like, it wasn't terrible. It didn't become a mass casualty event, but it easily could have become one. So anyways, we did that, and then yesterday, we flipped plans and went down and did a bunch of stuff with friends and took the party somewhere else yesterday instead. Yeah, it was one of those perfect storms, right? It was one of those things where it could have turned really crazy. It didn't, but it really could have. But the funniest thing was this, though, is I grabbed my friends. None of my friends are, my wife's kind of been around this stuff, but a lot of my friends have not. So as I we stopped dancing, I grab everybody and I go, look, we got to go. And they're like, why? And I go, I go, whenever you see the DJ turn the music off and they disappear, it's time to go. If you don't know, if any of you guys out there are like old school party kids, techno heads, whatever, you know if the DJ shuts it down, leaves all of his equipment, and disappears, something's wrong, right? Woo! Yeah, sandstorm, baby. It was Darude. Gloucesterman, that's right, brother. I had to grab my wife. It was kind of sketchy, too. I had to grab my wife, and I was like, stay as close as you possibly can to me. We get trampled, it's going to be fucking messy, right? Yeah, I got some dust on me. So the VIP area had, it was on like dusty stuff. And so there was like dust blowing and stuff getting down my throat. I didn't have a mask on. I should have, but I didn't. All right, let's take a look down here. Did you guys all have a great weekend? Winky, did you go to Disney, man? I tried to get in touch with David. Oh, and I left my phone at the tornado. So I couldn't call Dave. I was trying to call David, but I didn't have my phone on me. Couldn't contact anybody. I had all my IDs and all that kind of stuff, money, cards. Did you go to Disney, Winky? Right on, brother. Now you're back. Right on, brother. We haven't I literally got home yesterday, I had to clean the whole entire house, pack up all the stuff, because I got dressed up too. I wasn't gonna be no Manhattan black wearing fool or nothing, no tech bro. I wasn't going in all black. So I dressed up. I had all kinds of had beads on and what else? Had color. My daughters put color in my hair for me. They put India ink on my hands. For my youngest daughter's like, Daddy, you need rainbow paint on your nails. So I did everything. My 11-year-old dressed me up. And I think I looked really good to her. Yeah, Winky was feet watching down in Disney. Did you have fun there, Winky, or what? How was it? Was it a good time? How was Disney? Did you have tornadoes and hurricanes or anything? Lightning strikes?
To prevent China-Russia trade that threatens our collective security.
I gotta read this. Let me move this over here. Did anybody else have a better time? If you're watching right now, did anybody have a better time out there than I did this weekend? And by the way, dude, I paid I don't know, $1,000 for the weekend just for the tickets. So I'll never do that again. If you ever go to Movement in Detroit, pass on the VIP. Just pass on it. Just get the general admission. And buy your tickets on the secondary. Buy them right out front. Get a scalper to walk right up to the scanner with you. We normally get them like half price.
Trades from macro.
Oh, dude, my wife wore a pink tutu.
Only $99 a year for our real-time.
Chilling and gaming. Right on, right on. You guys didn't get all weird, did you? I saw some posts on FinTwit, people talking about stock market crashes. You didn't get all weird this weekend, I hope. Start talking doom. Yeah, I got the ply along, man. Johnny, I got the ply along, the ply of dust all over me. Something's changed. Let me ask you a question out there. Let me ask you guys a question out there. I feel like something's changed with people. I don't know what it is. I thought about it this weekend. I feel like, ooh, smoke some. Oh yeah, char siu. Phantom Menace, hell yes.
The US and partners can take further action to increase the cost of Russia using shadow fleet to evade G7 oil price cap.
Yeah, it's really like, number one, the serial entrepreneur tech Instagram bro is fucking cancer. It's fucking cancer. It's pure cancer. And then there's like, I don't know if it's anger or general distrust. There was a lot of people, like, everyone seemed like they're on a hustle. Everybody seemed like everywhere and everything I did was someone working or hustling, or no one really there to have a good time. There for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, fake interactions. Instead of creating like new friendships or, hey man, nice to meet you. If I ever see you again down the road somewhere else, I can't wait to say hello, that kind of stuff. That's what I noticed. It was glaring. Yeah, I got some of that said to me too, the self-help business book. I had people talking like that to me, like regurgitating that stuff. I was like, what are you doing, man? What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Are you really like this in real life? Yeah. Social media, dude. It's a lot of it's social media. That's another thing that I noticed. There was a lot of like not just if they were like content creators, but like social media influencing how people act and look. Let me see here. Yeah, I think COVID had a lot to do with it too, with the isolation. Yeah, they always forget your name. I noticed it. I left so I left California for that reason, and then I left Park City for the same reason. Park City was overrun with developers. Then we had like a realtor developer become our mayor. Then we had, it just became the town just, there was a local population in Park City, and they were slowly driven out by lots of money, fifth, sixth house owners. So it lost its character, to me at least, and real like douchebaggy behavior, like real douchebag stuff, like bizarro. That's another thing too. RS just said, I didn't take many photos or video. I just lived in the moment this weekend, but I was shocked at the number of people that weren't.
Commercial real estate is a risk and expect big losses.
Yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, I can't say it was. It wasn't. Once I stared myself away from that, all of that, everything was fine. But I was shocked at how much. Right on, Taos, baby. I love Taos. I love Taos. I like Santa Fe. I fucking love Santa Fe and Taos. Yeah, it's getting bizarre. It's getting really bizarre. I feel bad for people too, because it wasn't always like that, right? And this was recently, last 20 years or so. So it kind of sucks. I felt bad for young people that were there that didn't get those same experiences. Yeah, there's a lot of that too. So that's what it was for me. That's my weekend was like. It was a good weekend though. I needed to get away. I needed to decompress from the stock market and the screen time. and I feel refreshed. I feel good. I still need to recover. My knees are hurting me. I'm old. I did a ton of dancing, but I did get what I needed. So that's ultimately what matters, and I did get what I needed.
$70 billion in 4-week bills on May 30th to settle on June the 4th.
Yeah, they did that. I saw people doing that. They were like, it was so bizarre. They had like the camera out and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what are they doing? They look like weirdos. I did that. I took each morning I took 800 milligrams of ibuprofen before I got out there. But I mean, I danced hard. I think I danced at least 4 to 6 hours a day, like true dancing and stuff like that. Hell yeah, I love dancing. I have to get my dance out. I have to get out there and do just cut loose, get rid of all that stress. Right. I love the music, man. And Detroit techno rules. I gotta say that, man. Detroit techno is banging. Okay, whatever. Anyways, all right, we'll move on to something else. So, all right. Did you all get the market brief last night? I hope that you did. We're going to go over that this morning to give you a little bit of an outlook as to what to expect in the marketplace. Number one, I saw Solomon. I saw him. His set at the show was better than the after-hours set. You know what I need to do is go back and figure out. Some people I saw, I didn't know who they were, and they were great. And some people I did, like some people I knew who they were, and some people I didn't. I started out with a plan, and then I let the event take me where it wanted to take me. So I stopped seeking out artists and just let it flow. So I don't know everybody that I saw. So I have to go back now and be like, whoa, I remember this stage at this time. Who was that DJ? Ugh. Let me bring up the... Hang tight here. Well, number one, people are still on vacation. I don't know if you know that, but they are. People are still on vacation. So I don't know what the volume is so far today, but I don't think that it's that big, is it? Let's take a look and see what the volume is so far on the day. Yeah, still kind of a low volume day. It's not super tiny. Still kind of a low volume day. Yeah, I think people are still on vacation or are traveling, that kind of stuff. That's what I suspected would happen today. There's another thing, too, here. At some point, we're going to go into the summer trade.
ECB's not says productivity growth will determine room for ECB to cut rates.
At some point, we're likely going to go into a summer trade, and I don't know when if that happens. Sometimes we don't go into summer trade. Sometimes it becomes doom and gloom. Bears will tell you every summer that's going to happen. But when we do go into a summer trade, things slow down. Trades are placed. You come back in a week or 2 or 3. You collect your money. If that does happen this summer, where the market moves slow, we might shift the focus of this show for the summer months, do more interviews, do some classes and training in these live streams, and maybe focus on individual stocks when we can. So there might be some format changes coming our way for the show. if we do go into that summer trade where we directionally go where we want to go, but it takes a while to get there. These are things like what you might get in a day might take a week to get where you think we're going, or where I think we're going. I noticed it on Friday's price action. We did go up, and we did go up in pre-market this morning, but all of that price action took Friday and today's open to get there. So there's a little bit of that price action going on right now. Have you guys noticed that at all? Have you noticed that at all? Yeah, okay. Another thing here. So let's go over this. I want to make sure you guys are aware of all of this stuff. Hang tight 1 second here. Nope, let's go to multi-stream here. Let's refresh the chat. Can you guys make a comment really quick? I want to see if this chat comes back up. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Thanks for doing it. Thanks, Oda Nabuga. Old Tabasco, thank you. Yeah, China, right? China's almost done with their stock trade, right? The China upside move is almost finished. Let's get this here for you guys. NVDA, we got to talk about that today too. See this. Make sure we got this right. Okay, a couple big things here, right? Oh, hold on here. Let's get our situational awareness going. All right. SPX Gamma. Gamma flip is moving higher. I want you to see that. This is where the gamma flip is right here.
It's Kashkari says, I don't think weakness in the economy is needed to lower inflation.
The volatility begins right below where we are. Volatility begins at 5,300. Support is kind of weak. I want you to see that too. Support is weak. We only have 57 million down there. We're dangerously close to the gamma flip. Let's see if we can take a peek at this.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save
52.90 is the gamma flip. Right, you see that? Volatility begins at below 5,300. So the low, hold on here, bam. This is SPY. Right here is where volatility begins. So 529, 529 is where vol begins. So below this green box right here. If we start to reject below 529, get a new low. We're gonna go to party town to the downside. So be aware of that. The bull thesis is intact as long as you're above this line right here. So if you're a bull, stay above 529. Be aware of that. And then on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, can we go there? Uh-oh. There we go. This is this area right here that I just showed you, and then we can take a quick trip down here and even farther down if we start getting crazy about it. Also note that there's a big gap down below here, all the way down to 5,200. I'm sure you've heard people say they want to take a trip down and close out all of the gap that's down below here. There's a tiny little gap down here at 523. And that is a possibility. You can see that giant gap right there. We could take a trip down there and have some party time. Also note that 5,200 is kind of weak. Local resistance right now is at 5350. This actually is the call wall and local resistance right now. Nope. Sorry about that. Call wall is at 5,400. We have some good development to the upside at 5,500. So some really nice call wall development to the upside all the way up to 5,500, or at least gamma bands all the way up to 5,500. Currently price target 530.50 on SPY. All right, so I think we got all this out of the way down here. This is local support right there. I'll leave that just like that right now. Okay, let's take a peek on the upside here. Some upside targets. R1 is 530.85, R2 53.225, R3 is 53.424. This is resistance right here. Some nice targets up there. One right there. That one right there. That one right there. Okay. What do we have going on over here? What do we have going on up here? That's all kind of the same band right there. There's a little band right here, too. There's a little halfway point right there. Take a look. This is in real time, or this was in market hours, right? 9:30. There's one. A little bit of traffic here to get through. You see that? So we got some work to do. Uncle JBJ is saying, I was about to say that I still want to see it close green today first. There's been so much shady pumping and dumping on the opening with that. Yeah, Mondays are kind of famous for that,
Fed
right?
bids for 2-year notes total $4.1 billion.
Let's take a look at a few places. Let's go on a higher time frame. Let's see what we can see here. Yeah, see this guy right here? That's where that guy is right there, right? This guy's nothing. Take that away. There's this guy right here. Let's just see where the sellers are. They were here. They were here. They teed off again right here, and they're back in again trying to get lower. You see that? Trying to get lower right now. So they're here, here, and here. For our basis, we got buyers, 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 big buyers here. And they're duking it out right now. Let's go to a 1-hour basis. Yeah, the only thing I can see here would be that price definitely needs to get above. If you want to get really bulled up, you really want to see this new high and this new high. You see that second high right there, and you're good to go. So if you want to take these numbers down, you want to see. You want to see a new high, just like one tick above 530.57, and then a second high above 531.40. If you can catch this high right here and then this high right here, you'll know that buyers are stronger than sellers, and then we're going to go in a big way to the upside. You definitely do not want to be giving up 529 at all. If you give that up, they're going to run this down, all that, and they'll take you right down to 520 down here. So some coiling going on. You see it, right? So this is all consolidation, coiling, and we're going to make a big break to the downside or a big break to the upside. Let's check velocity really quick, see where we are with that. We're a little bit weak here on the 15-minute basis. We're weak here on 30-minute basis. We're topping out on the hourly, but we're still strong on the daily. That's good. At least we're good. It's good that we're strong on the daily, at least.
So in 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. So again, in 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour, US due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.66, and the prior high yield of 4.898%. So taking a look at the latest CFTC positioning data ahead of this auction shows that speculators were net short 994,000 2-year note futures, seen as a possible source of covering demand.
There, get that down there like so. So we know where the buyers are. We know where the sellers are now. This is a 1-minute chart right now. So we're sitting on a 1-minute chart. I check the velocity on a 30-minute chart. And then I'm finding out where the big buyers are, right? So on a 4-hour basis and on a 1-hour basis, where are these moves starting from? Like when we talk about the, that's right, Winky. When we talk about the, we talk about where the gym bros are, the old gym bros, the young gym bros, right? Where are the real buyers? Where are the real sellers at? We're looking to find out where they are, where they're coming down, right? Where were they the last place? Are they below? Are they lower? All right. Next thing we're going to talk about is, well, let me take a peek at a couple things here. Let me switch over to the main screen and get you guys all up to date. CTA positioning. Let's see what those guys are doing. Yeah, they're still in the game right now. CTAs are still buyers right now, still trend followers. Vol Control Gang. What are they doing right now? So I'm bullish here, by the way, if you don't know. Vol Control Gang, neutral on that. Not positive, not negative. Looks like they want to sell into any new highs. Expected flows. Let me check that really quick. Let's check out volatility. At the money vol. Yeah, let me show you guys this too. Let me show you guys something here. This is what I'm not really afraid of, but I want to show you guys this. So this really does remind me of, this is at the money volatility. And this is telling me to expect the summer trade. And you can see how low volatility is, right? 0.08. This is current, prior. And you can see volatility coming down here. Even if it's slow rises here, it's still low. Looks like they're going to expect some volatility into OPEX for June. It should start to pick up around the 12th, 13th, and 14th of June. There's also a little bit of volatility picking up over here. But even so, you know, it's not that much. You know, we're not talking about a big rise in volatility as of right now, at least. This looks like the summer trade to me. You know, don't get all crazy expecting a crash.
Bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.66. The prior high yield.
It's way low.
8.98%.
It's pretty low. It's we're not expecting too much. I think people are on vacation. No, even though now At the Money Vol doesn't say what's going to happen, but it's what's being priced in the future of an expectation of what's going to happen, right? When you see people out there give you their when we come into the new year, right? You'll see like the vol crowd.
Protect your trades from macro.
They'll come out and they'll plot out your whole year. They'll be like, hey, you see that over there 6 months or 9 months or 12 months from now? And they'll try to tell you what to expect a year in advance. It's all bullshit. If you don't believe me on that, seek out Volatility Wiz, and he'll explain it better to you because he's really smart in this stuff. And he's like, what do you think about that vol chart that's a year out? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, it's bullshit. It means nothing. He's like, yeah, if you're close within a week or two, a few weeks out, you can get a picture, snapshot of what's expected, maybe a month in advance. But a year out, it means nothing. So anyways, right now the vol curve is implying at least to expect low volatility. Although that can change, right, over time. Now, we're going to take a look at a couple things here. Now, this is from McElligott. This is last Friday. He had said something is off in the U.S. equities index vol space. While short-term realized vol is getting mushed, according to the strategist, S&P 500 skew as a measure of tail risk is gaining steam. And this chart right here shows you that. I want to show you this right here, right? So underneath the market, you see this. This skew index is heading higher right here. You see it right there, heading higher. You got these peaks over here, right? Bam, bam, some peaks. And we're on the upswing of one of these peaks right now, aren't we?
US crude futures rising by $2 a barrel now.
So what happens when we come into one of these peaks? Sometimes we end up consolidating. Not so much doom and gloom, but other times you'll see on one of these highs, like cranking up here, right? Come back down. Consolidation. But if we begin to experience lower highs, that can imply a consolidative move. Do you see that? So you get the high, right? Whoop. When it rolls over, it does not mean that we're going to crash or have a big consolidation. It just means sideways. But you do want to pay attention if we begin to experience new lows. Let me put that into crayons for you. Oh, hold on here. Wait a minute here. What's happening? Oh, hold on 1 second here.
Shortly expecting the results of this US 2-year note sale. The Treasury when issued yield will be due at the bottom of the hour. The auction results will normally follow a couple of minutes after this.
So let's say we go up here, right? We would begin to go sideways, but if you begin to see lower lows, you may see like indexes go up. Hold on. You might see indexes go up, then a sideways trade, and then you get your down move. Does that make sense? Right? Down move, and then we eventually continue higher. So there is something coming, but it's not today, in my view. In my view, we're still going to go higher, but we do have likely a consolidative move, and then some down coming down the road. Due to this skew index versus SPY and the strength of the skew heading higher. Is it today, though? Probably not.
Yeah, 4.907%. So again, pre-sale when issued yield, 4.907%.
You want to be paying attention to this. Are we able to break above the skew index, or do we reject the skew index and begin to get new lows? This skew index was from Friday, so we'll check it again today. In contrast, though, GS points out. That. Oh, hold on here. In contrast, GS points out that Chinese equities have been leading U.S. equities over the past 3 months.
The results of this 2-year note sale, I'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio on release.
Chinese and U.S. equities are open at different times each day and do not overlap. This allows us to track which market moves are most correlated to other moves the prior evening. While SPX more frequently leads the Hang Seng over time, Hang Seng has recently been a better gauge for future SPX performance. This suggests that U.S. investors are unusually focused on developments in China, or at least information flow during the overnight period. This leads us to unusually attentive to news from Asia. The chart below that equities should continue to make new highs, leading to my thesis of why not have both, right? We can have that volatility. We can also have those new highs. Excuse me. So let me show you this. Let me show you how to read this chart right here properly. So as you can see right here, if you watch this red line right here, right? That red line pops up. That means
4.1 with the high rate at 4.917%, 4.917%, which is on the pre-sale when issued yield of 4.907%. So the US sold $69 billion there, awarding 78.98% of bids at high. Primary dealers taking 16.57% of the sale, direct at 25.52%, indirect 57.91%.
So you see you see China stocks going up, and then the following day, U.S. equities trade higher. See it right there? Wham. And right now, you can see currently China stocks heading higher, and they're leading U.S. stocks down here, wanting to go higher following China stock, okay? So that's the expectation, is we have more highs to come in U.S. equities. Now below, I go into a discussion about the doom and gloom and the stagflation trade and all the analysts. They're always wrong. I'm not going to go over that right now. Because we care about real money, right? We don't really care about bullshit. Hold on here. Can I make this any bigger? Probably not. And so here's a SPY right here. You can kind of see that broadening wedge, right? Kind of see that going on up there. This is where we ping pong up and down, right? Come back down here, bam. Now, there is something I'm interested in here. And this is where your traditional charting starts to fail you.
Fed's Kashkari says, I certainly won't pencil in more than 2 cuts for this year.
And that's where you get something like this going on. So if you're a seller or a bear out there, I would be you know, like you have a move like that and you come down and you're expecting us to roll. And instead of rolling, we actually go up. So we'll monitor this right here. If we break below it, you could also have some panic by bulls, and then we slingshot back up to the upside. So we want to pay close attention to this interaction that's anticipated to take place. Q's kind of the same thing going on, right? Get those new highs, bam, and then rocket ship up over here. Same thing going on with this daily trigger. Up, 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 up. This seems a little more reasonable down here. I'm going to expect that 450 trade at some point. So if you're looking for a trade at 450 to buy a dip, it's likely going to come your way at some point. IWM extended chart, kind of the same thing. Bam. Oh, hold on there. And then NVDA. I'm going to see if I can show you a chart really quick here in just a moment, but I'm shocked that we already blasted up here. They didn't even mess with this. They were just like, boom, 1100, there we go, smashing and bashing. So that's a little bit of cause for concern for me. I do think we hit that 1300 at least, if not even higher, 14 or even 1500. But I want to discuss this right here, this part of the trade. Because we have examples of this on a split in the past where you're going to get a lot of bulls telling you that it's just going to go like this all the way up. You're going to get a ton of bulls out there that are going to tell you, yeah, we're going to go up and up and up and up and up, and it's never coming back. But there's usually a down move, a bloodbath, and then you get the real move to the upside. So if you are a split bull on NVDA, there's a high probability of one more bloodbath. I know you're not going to believe that, but this part of that trade's highly probable on NVDA. And I'm going to show you I'm going to show you right now something similar to this on another split. So let's talk about NVDA really quick. This is from Volatility Wiz. This is NVDA's 2021 split, right? This is when the split was announced. 35% ramp. And then this was the split date right here. So just before split date, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions. Before the split, it rolled to the downside. But then you got another push higher after the split date. So you get the initial ramp, woo, right? And you're going to get bulls up here, 9 sessions before, telling you, oh, no, it's going to keep going, it's going to keep going, it's going to keep going. And the other note about this would be OPEX was the bottom after the split date and the bottom, all coinciding. So just be aware of this with NVDA. You get that roll down. You don't think it's going to happen, and it does. You panic, and it even gets higher highs at some point. Apple ran straight up into their split date. and then slammed down. Now, the reason we're using Apple is because Apple's kind of like, our NVDA was kind of like the new Apple, right? It's kind of like the new darling, where Apple has been shunned. Get that over there. That's better. So there could be an expectation or an argument, at least, that we are going to go up, straight up into their split, right? And then sell the news just after to the downside. Bam, and fade the move. Yeah, I see the 10-year, but the 10-year is correlating right now off the SPY, so I'm okay with that yield. What I don't like, this is the 10-year yield down here. I don't like this part of the yield up here, though. There's a lot of correlation right now with the 10-year yield. Do you notice that, John? Correlation with the yield and SPX. This is boring. Slow grind higher. I would say this. If you're going to trade the indexes, Monday is manipulation. Right? You're going to notice that. You're going to see a sideways trade, and then the move comes late week. I would be switching to spreads if it was me, or trading individual tickers. Wasn't GME up 25% in pre-market this morning? Oh yeah, it was, baby. Woohoo! GME looking sexy right now. I saw GME was up. I was up this morning. I was up. GME looking, GME breaking, or trying to break right now its previous high. Damn, right there. Not quite yet. It's trying right now to break above. This is GME if you're just tuning in. Price target 30.38. We are at the top for the day right now. Let's look at this. No, sorry, this is a 30-minute basis. On a daily basis, let's see. You guys are cranking right now. Hold on here. Let me give you some upside price targets here. So if you're a supporter, you have this pivot table. You can switch your targets. So if you guys ever want to see expected moves on a weekly basis instead of a daily basis, you can switch it right here. Bam. There's a weekly expectations now. Boom. See it? So if you're looking for some upside targets on a weekly basis, weekly expected move 32.73. 32.73. 30.40, 28.07. and 25.73. So next target, 25.73. 25.73. That's your prior high right there. Right about there. And then we're going to do FedEx. You guys want FedEx next? Woo! FedEx, dude. Whoa. There's Captain Jim James buy zone. You guys remember this? This is where Jim James wanted to buy FedEx. Remember that whole conversation? Captain Jim James used call lot down here on FedEx. Coming into that buy zone now, isn't it? Coming in that buy zone right now. If you liked it up here, do you like it down here now at 240? Let's take a look at this really quick. Still above the monthly trigger. That's good to see. Have a buy at 230 and 240. Let's take a peek at it on a 30-minute basis. We'll look at it a couple other places. Yeah, starting to bottom out now in daily. This is good to see. We do not have a series of new high or higher lows, though, do we? Still making some new lows down here, so looking for a little bit of improvement here on a daily basis. Haven't seen that yet, so not quite bullish yet. This is more a wait and see kind of a ticker. So if you're looking to get long on FedEx, still selling, still selling, still selling. So you're going to be looking for something similar to GME just then, right? So what you want to see first is you want to see the hourly trigger flatten. Right now it's going down, right? It's vertical down. You want to see the hourly trigger flatten, right? You want to see at least a new high or two And you want to see one day close with a high. You want to see improvements on the daily velocity. Right now, daily velocity is kind of shitty. So let's say we traded down here. You get this hourly trigger starts to flatten out, right? Catch a new high, come back down, get underneath the hourly trigger. One more high right there, and then we're back off and run into the upside, jump in, take a trade. FedEx not ready yet to buy a dip. Not ready. Still looking for new lows on FedEx currently. Downside price target 243. Possibly even hit a 240. I do not want to see a break of 240 though. Any break of 240 and rejection, and I'm going to be looking for 230 on FedEx. You want me to do Okta? Whoop. Let's take a look at Okta. Oh, that's looking nice. I like that. Daily velocity looks great here. Still negative though. As long as we're underneath the monthly trigger, it's still negative. Still have a negative month right here. You were unable to hold the monthly trigger. Buyers did step back in, and your your weekly though is coming up. I like the stonk, but I'll tell you what, this is where I want to see Okta come down here. I want to see Okta trade that's at that $78. This is not good right here. I don't like seeing that at all. Though demand did step in down below, that's good to see right now. If you have an alternate count on Okta, I'm going to do this one in yellow. I'd want to see a new high at least. At least something like that. This looks like time. I don't like Okta right now either. It is flattening, though. I'll give you that. A series of higher lows. That's all good. Stick save down below on Okta. This is really good. If you're a bull, this is kind of showing your hand. But the buyers are strong here on the weekly basis. So this might be gone for me. I guess I can't say I'm not bullish. I just want to see more work. I want to see that grind higher and higher. I'd really like to see you hold the monthly trigger. Okta's improving. It's improving, I'll say that. It's improving. You're lucky, man. This is on deck right here. This is still valid, still valid though. But you got that hockey stick save right there. You got that hockey stick save. I'll give it to you. It's improving. Somebody's a buyer down here. That was a nice buy down there, by the way. This one right here. Whoever did that, whoever this buyer was right here is a good buyer. Someone cares about Okta. Then again, Okta's a meme too, right? How's Palantir doing out there today? I didn't get my lowdown there, did I? You guys are still grinding out this whole thing, aren't you? They're holding it. They're buying it. I'll give you that. Palantir buying the dip down in this green bar. They keep buying that $20. I was looking for that. I was looking for that $17 flush You just flush all these buyers out. Palantir's looking bullish. It's good to see. It's looking really good. There goes your weekly trigger. Keep your eyes on Palantir here. This has to go higher, though, doesn't it? Yeah, just keep an eye out on this one. Palantir could run. To get above that $22, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. Monitor Palantir. This looks like it might want to run. Okta and Palantir have unexpected buyers showing up. And I don't mean you as a retailer. I mean like someone's buying it. Someone else, like the professionals are buying it. Palantir bros. Yeah, you're lucky, man. You're getting Okta and Palantir have some stick saving going on down here. I would prefer to see Palantir flush. You like flush out all these buyers and you get some real excitement. Nancy Pelosi.
NVDA shares extending gains up.
You should have already gotten that. That trade's already running right now. That GME trade's already running. That GME trade's happening right now as we speak. We charted it out. GME's already running. It's fucking zero dates. Bam. Whatever next expiry is. SPY moving on up right now, trying to trade higher. Nice, good job, Stonks Anonymous. I would put time on the trade, but then when you hit your price targets, get out and get back in. Get out, get back in. Price target 25.74, 28.07, 30.40, and 32.72 in the high. All right, give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to go take a quick break. I've been drinking coffee and water and stuff. I need to drain the pee bag. Oh, it got to be a solar bro. I'll tell you guys something. I'm going to tell you guys something, man. If I ever become a fucking furu, Nuck and Futz just said I'm never going to become a solar bro. If I ever become a fucking furu, right, let me know. I never want to become a fucking furu, man. I met furus this weekend. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is why I don't take sponsorships. This is why I do not take sponsorships. It's like, make my fucking eyes bleed. I'm not your fucking furu bro. Wow, furry. I'm fucking furry. Fuck yeah. I don't know how those people do it, man. It's so fucking fake. Then you meet them in person, you're like, it was like crawling up a fucking wall, man. Get me out of here. Hey, mister, get me out of here. I kid you not. I can't be that person, man. I don't know how they live. I'm assuming they're all on drugs. That's my real thought. My thought here is that they're all on fucking drugs. They got to be on like SSRIs. They're probably on like major antidepressants. I kid you not. If they ever came off their major antidepressants, they'd be fucked. There's a little zone of interest for you on NVDA for the day. 1134 and 1157. Just ride the NVIDIA train. I couldn't do it. I can't be that person. I knew I didn't like those people. I knew I didn't like those fucking people. I used to talk about it with Winky privately. And now that I've met some of those people, like in real life, dude. It's like a mental health issue, I think. Oh, hold on here. PT1 1134.34, PT2 1157.21. I'm telling you what, they're hustlers. They're hustlers. That's what they are. They're hustling. It's a fucking hustle. When I met these people privately, they're hustlers. That's what they are. They're just fucking hustling. That's what they're doing. Hucksters, hustlers, Amway salesmen. You know the type, right? That's all they are. Just another huckster. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Finally really truly met some of these people, and that's what they are. I can't surround myself with those fucking people. It's like they're fucking selling, like, I don't know, Amway, that kind of shit. That reminds me of, like, you have to go back to the original program, how I spent my weekend. What I was doing this weekend. I was in thick with, like, the Instagram thought. Oh, dude, there was like thoughts there. There was high price hookers, 6 foot tall bombshell. Like, it was bizarre. The whole fucking thing was bizarre. Yeah, exactly. Tupperware. Yeah, gangbanger with speed. Some of these, I started to figure it out quickly too. I was like, some of these, like some of the women there, like I was like, oh, she's hot. And then as I stared at him a little bit longer, I'm like, does she have meth teeth? Like, is that a hooker? Like, I shit you not. Is that a high priced escort? It was really fucking bizarre. I don't know if Amway is still a thing, but it's that. Have you ever so I dated a girl once years ago, and her brother was like that. Matter of fact, he got a finance degree from a very well-known institution, top 5 finance schools in the U.S. And then he became that person in life. Now he like sells retreats for Christian, like the Christian churches for rich people. So he's like one of those church hucksters now, and like he's got a perfect smile. He's got the fake facade in the front of him. Really bizarre shit. Sociopathic. All right, let me go take a quick potty break. I'll be right back with you guys. We'll go into it more in the future. We'll go on a slow day around here. We'll talk about it in depth. Some of you weren't here at 10:30. I went through the whole story of what my weekend was like. It was so fucking. I was like crawling up a wall. Like, get me out of here. I like Reading. I thought about moving to Reading. I got a very close friend of mine that lives in Reading. A lifelong friend from Reading. He saved. Matter of fact, that guy who's from Reading saved me in L.A. When I lived in L.A., my friends were from Texas and NorCal. I love Northern Californians. Genuine people. Oh, no, I meant, Redding, California. Oh, dude, all these people were like you know what these people were like? They were like that dude that went on the stabbing spree this weekend in Massachusetts. Do you guys know that guy that went on the stabbing spree this weekend? That dude. That's what I was surrounded by, those people. Hold on here. Let me show you exactly who I was surrounded by this weekend. Let me see. Stabbing spree. Massachusetts. People like this. Who's this fuckface? What's his name? Jared fucking Revisa? Jared the douchebag? You should see people know him, and they were in the discussions of the Boston subreddit. They were like, I know that fucking guy. There goes your first rejection on GME, right at resistance. You should see this guy's website. It's like Lamborghinis and shit. You guys see this guy's website, Jared Revisa? Hold on, let me show you this shit. Hope they didn't take it down. Oh yeah, there it is. I mean, it's you want your eyes to bleed? I had to listen to these motherfuckers talk to me too. I was like, I can't fucking believe they think people believe them. Or maybe they just believe each other or something. And then they started sucking each other off, and then they were sucking themselves off. They were like, I was like, dude, you're sucking yourself. I like literally said to somebody, stop sucking yourself off. Seriously, I had to say it to somebody, like, stop. Please. Hold on, I'll get you guys this guy's website. Check this shit out right here. I'm fucking terrible. Hold on here. I don't know. Some guys from Boston were saying they went to school with him. They said he was straight, then he was not straight, then he was trans. But his friends that knew him said it was all an act. Everything was an act. Like, none of it was real. It was all about selling. Dude, these guys are like serial hustlers. It's not real. It's all fake. All this shit's fake. Like, it's all fucking fake. I'm telling you. It's not even real. It's just like, it's a gimmick. It's a gimmick for whatever's hot at that moment. Yeah, I stay in my basement. It's all fake. It's all about, like, what's the hottest thing to be right now? Yeah, what time is it right now? It's 12:11. It's a fair point. Good job saying that. Is it actually in my basement? Yeah, it is. So I used to keep it. So I had it in a house in a big office. I got this like big ass office in another house that I own. And it was in a giant office, like 20 by 30 feet. It was beautiful. Great setup. And then I have another house that I started to renovate. And what I did was I renovated the basement first of another house. I put and so you gotta, so this was during the end of COVID. And my wife is a kind of a doctor, and she's a physical therapist. And she went to work from home for insurance companies. So what she does is she does like health and wellness for company employees. If you have a physical disability, get an injury, something like that, she'll check up on you once a week, once a month, and she'll do some I forget what they call them right now. I forget, modules with you, have you move your arms and your legs and all that kind of stuff via like Zoom and shit. Now my kids were still homeschooling, and I had my own office, right? So, oh yeah, baby, squeeze it up there. Get on up there. So I had my office. We were going to a new house, and I'm like, look, I'm not going to build an office where the construction's going on in my house, and I wanted a studio. So this isn't really an office. This is an actual studio. So what I did was I went and renovated the basement of this house, and I built it so that it had soundproofing, so my kids don't hear me swearing, screaming. So I soundproofed the inside of the walls. I built them out on 6 inches instead of a 4-inch 2x4. Did 2x6s. Then I put sound baffling in between the walls. Then I ran acoustic stuff on the ceiling, and then I built out electrical dedicated outlets. So I have like banks of like 6 outlets, dedicated 20 amp circuits everywhere, so that I could build out the office and then add to it over time. What I'd really like to do, and we'll talk more about this later, but the idea would be that it can handle the power needs that I have. I fucked it up too. I didn't do enough air circulation. I have enough air, but not enough circulation with air conditioning. So now I use fans to circulate the air in and out. I thought the door would be enough, the crack in the door that I left, but it's not. I need to exhaust all the heat that I'm creating in this room. So I built an office from start to finish. Matter of fact, this basement had a concrete floor that was damaged, so I had to re-pour a concrete floor, then put flooring down, all that kind of stuff. And I didn't mind it being in the basement because my regular office, I had sealed off all my windows so I had consistent light. Matter of fact, I need to turn the lights on in here right now. There we go. Get some light going. And I built this out because my thought was that down the road, so like Benzinga's in Detroit. So Detroit's got has some financial. It's not New York or Chicago, but Detroit does have a financial services population. So I meet people in Detroit that are in finance. So my thought was, if I ever wanted to do like a in-person interview or something like that, that I could expand all of this and have a big round table, that kind of stuff. Hey, The Real. Hello, how are you? Hello, TL. How are you? Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, Slim. It costs a lot of fucking money. Between the renovation and the equipment, a lot of fucking money. Yeah, we got Rocket Mortgage here, too. Winky says he almost started a business during the pandemic that was like the WeWork of streaming studios. I like that, Winky. I like that idea. It looks cool. I should take some pictures of it sometime because I bring people to see my when people see my studio. Like, I have friends that'll be like, "Hey man, I know you work out of your basement," and they think that I'm like in here with a camera and a mic or something. And then I show them my studio and they're like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, you could record music in here. And I'm adding stuff right now. I've got music interfaces and I got like XLR mics in the corner over here and all kinds of cool shit. That was a test, Real TL? You're a middle-aged woman? Oh, what are you trying to do? The TL, what are you trying to do right now? You want some help? Winky. I should do that. I've got cameras, Winky. I should set up like extra cameras so that you guys can like cycle through and maybe see the back of me or the like my feet or something. Do I have any charts for China stocks? Yeah. You know what? Well, a couple things here. You want to be shorting China. Remember, they're leading, right? So if they're leading, they're going to roll over next, right? But yes, what I will do is I will have China stocks out tonight. I will chart them out tonight for you, okay? China indexes. I'll do that. I'll do that tonight for you. I'll have, if a matter of fact, I'll set them out for supporter or higher, not just pro trader. So like I'm going to cover NVDA for our supporters. I'm going to cover China stocks for you too. How about that? Does that work? Okay, TL, what are you doing? What are you trying to set up right now? Fucking drone cut my head off. This is not good right here. I don't like seeing this. I want to show you guys something here. Okay, so you know how I feel about this shit, right? You guys know how I feel about this stuff. I do never like seeing that right there. Ever, ever, ever. Bad, 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 bad. You could make a point like that we didn't break that high, did we? We broke this high, but that ain't making me happy. I don't like seeing that. I want to see, like, conviction, right? Same for bears, sellers or buyers. I always want to be seeing, like, a new high, right? I don't want to see a failure here, any of that bullshit. So I don't like seeing this right here. This doesn't make me confident. See that? See that failure right there? You get failures like that, you know what happens, right? We go downtown, baby. Check to make sure that the buyers are actually there. Buyers looking weak right now. No bueno, right, JBJ? No bueno, bro. You're having a hard time trying to get things set up on TradingView. I am a supporter, but I don't want to do this on stream. I'll do a ticket on Discord. So the real TL, if you do a Discord ticket, right, ask for direction on where to find out how to set up this stuff, because I made videos that are literally square one. For like, if you're a brand new TradingView user, I have private videos for you to watch on how to set everything up for yourself. Your preferences, like just like a brand new TradingView user. So there are videos that I have for you to take it step by step. Get a drone. Get a little mini drone and let you guys control it. Yeah, day after a holiday is no trade day for you. I agree. I think today is, well, I don't think it's a no trade day. I think it's, ride NVDA. I think it's ride NVDA up day, individual ticker day, and possibly get a spread and come back on Friday. But I'm with you on that. It's Juan or Donez. Yeah, I'm with you on that too. I didn't think we'd explode anywhere this morning. I came on late this morning because I was like, well, I had the stream up, but I came on late because I'm like, I want to see how this shit opens up this morning and let the market breathe a minute. I think people are still on vacation, getting back into town. Decision makers aren't making decisions on their first day back, even if they aren't back. Like CTAs, corpos, hedge funds. I don't think some dude got back from the fucking Hamptons and he's like, all right, buy S&P right now. I don't know what a text expander is. I'll look that up. You do not have the invite-only script. You should. You should have the invite-only script for the... If you're a supporter, you should have a script for the pivots. Start a support ticket for that. And then you should have access on the website to twice-a-day updates on 12 tickers with the velocity and triggers on the website, where you can expand it, contract it, move it around for about 12 tickers. Will they expire worthless? We can grind higher, but I don't think we're in a 0-date environment right now. I think we're heading into a summer trade. Yeah, logging out and in helps too. You want to log in and out. And then you want to click on invite only, or it's like your indicators. So I'm on favorites right now, but you can go to invite only and use these. Click on invite only and it should show up there. Get the market pumping. It's like a slow, bloody grind all the way up, isn't it? Hey, Real TL, I will check the tickets after the show today and make sure you got squared away. If you didn't, I will square you away. If I have to, we'll do a private stream together or something, Google Meet or something like that, and I'll walk you through the whole process today. So I will check the support tickets. If it gets done, it gets done. If it doesn't, I promise you that I'll be there for you later today. Yeah, you want to have a linked account too when you sign up. If you don't have a linked account, we have to go back and manually do it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, and I'm going to talk to you about T+1 instead of T+2, what the ramifications of that are, and what to expect with settlements changing and the behavior of the stock market, stuff like that. Maybe I can get some of your insights into that as well. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, and you guys have something for me in this. Take a quick peek over here. Yep, just catch the low that you want, right? That's what it looks like to me. Catch a nice low. Nope, right there. I'd really like that low down there if I could get it. 52.9. Right down there somewhere. It's low. It's lower. Watch out for a drop here. It was at 10 a.m. Looks like but yeah, this is right where that dip was bought, right down here. Have a bear plane coming up right now. 12:28, almost into that 1 p.m. hour where Put Mafia comes out. A little bit early today. Yeah, settlements are changing. Settlements are changing from 2 days to 1 day. It will impact our market. It will definitely impact our market. I'm going to give you some things to think about with that, how the behavior of the market will change slightly. 1 day settlements instead of 2. All right, right back with you. I saw FXI.
Potential meeting that drug to market and bringing it to patients. And I think that the opportunity set is even larger, or there's the potential de-risking of a pipeline, of an ability for this company to make more drugs similarly in fashion to this. Then that will be a great compounding opportunity to continue to own these names.
Do you generally find that from phase 3 success to bringing a drug to market, what's the general time frame in something like that? And you must look at what's the typical further appreciation of a stock.
Yes.
In thinking about it. Yes. How should we think about that?
Yes, so this will go to the FDA, this will go to governing bodies around the world, potentially European agencies as well, internationally. That is given a timetable. In the US, the typical approach is you see anywhere from 9 months to upwards of even a year, sometimes if there's more data that is deemed necessary. So there is a time point where the data now goes over to a regulatory body, is handed off, is viewed from a risk-reward standpoint. Does the safety match up? Does the efficacy match up? Is that something worthwhile bringing to the markets? During that time, you would hope that the company is working through bringing the product to the market by setting up a commercial infrastructure. Are they hiring different people to be able to do that? Are they working with reimbursement specialists? Have they been able to negotiate what that price will be when it ultimately reaches the market? Those are things that we're figuring out as well when we look at these stocks. And when we see a disconnect between the price and the market and what we ultimately think something can be worth longer term, we will sit there. But I do want to make that statement that we've talked about in the past, that the science is moving quite quickly. Mm-hmm. And it is actually a wonderful thing for patients to say that great drugs, even from the last few years, can be antiquated. So I think you're always looking over your shoulder and saying what is coming and who is potentially going to leapfrog this great technology. I call it set it and forget it. We never want to be in that pattern that you think you've hit a pinnacle and nothing better is going to come and take that
If
spot.
you're looking at groundbreaking businesses, IDEA Biosciences,
yes.
You own that, or it's going to sort of, you have your eye on it, IDYA. So they're going to present at ASCO with an update. What do they do, and why are you watching it? Why do you own it?
So they have a fantastic platform in these technologies, particularly for oncology. And when we talk about a platform, it's an approach to being able to make drugs in a very unique way. You're targeting a specific approach to being able to engage the immune system in many ways. And theirs, it is synthetic lethality is the approach they are taking. What they are going to show us is that first step in this platform of drugs in an area of uveal melanoma. It is the #1 cause of eye cancer in this country. They're going to be able to show us how many patients had a salvage of their actual eye, who were able to continue to see response rates, and this technology ultimately can be used for other indications as well.
So the outcome of knowing that a company like this is going to be presenting with an update is fully binary then, right?
To some degree. Now, what's happened is we have received, and we did last Thursday night, the abstract data for this conference. So we are, in essence, bringing forward to some degree what the turn of the card is going to show. That cutoff of data happened earlier in the year. Okay. So we are going to get an updated version based on, right before the data, right before the medical meeting, in a time point to see how much this data has advanced as well.
And you've owned this stock for how long?
As well, also for over a year.
Over a year.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Good having you on. And we don't talk enough about these kinds of stocks. Interesting. We'll follow ASCO and see what happens there. Michelle Ross.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you spending time with us. Let's get the headlines now with Kate Rooney. Hi, Kate.
Donald Trump's defense team continues with its closing arguments in the Trump hush money trial. Just minutes ago, accusing the prosecution of calling Stormy Daniels as a witness in an attempt to inflame the jury and embarrass the former president. Earlier, the defense slammed the prosecution's key witness, Michael Cohen, telling the jury that he, quote, lied to them. Meanwhile, the U.S. military has suspended aid deliveries by sea after its temporary pier was damaged in bad weather. Officials tell NBC News the causeway attached to the beach in Gaza could take a week at least to repair. And a U.S. defense official tells NBC News a service member remains in critical condition after suffering non-combat injuries on the pier last week. And Toyota unveiled its next generation of engines today that it says can be used in both hybrid cars and those that run on biofuels. Toyota did not release details as to when that new engine will come to market. Scott, back over to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kate Rooney. Coming up, big news for crypto investors as the SEC clears the way for the first ever Ethereum ETF. Up next in ETF Edge, you're going to hear from the man behind the first fund to apply. Halftime's back right after this. All right, we are back. Let's get to Pippa Stevens now with today's ETF Edge. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott, and welcome to ETF Edge, your go-to place for everything exchange-traded funds. I'm in for Bob Pisani. Now, in a surprising move late last week, the SEC approved applications for the listing of spot Ethereum funds. Van Eck Funds was the first of those to apply, and firm founder Jan Van Eck joins us now. Jan, welcome. So now that you have this approval, what's next, and what does the timeline look like from here?
Well, we're waiting for the SEC to give us comments on our prospectus. That usually will take several weeks. We don't have a specific timeline yet, so that's where we're at.
All right, so just 6 months ago, the SEC approved those spot Bitcoin funds, and as with Bitcoin prior, this is a singular decision on just Ethereum. But, you know, what sort of impact might it have on the future of other cryptocurrencies?
I mean, I don't think we'll have more ETFs approved for many years, but what is a big change is the sort of regulatory and the legislature sea change. I mean, really, the SEC is doing a 180 because of bipartisan political pressure that came about in the last couple of weeks. So it's a big surprise, very interesting move by the SEC.
All right, well, we have much more coming up on spot Ethereum funds and the tug of war in the semi-trade. Jan will be joined by Todd Sohn from Strategas. That's all at 1:15 Eastern at etfedge.cnbc.com. Scott?
All right, Pip, appreciate that. Thank you. Coming up. All right, Steph just sold a healthcare name. Those details are ahead, plus our calls of the day on Live Nation, CrowdStrike, Netflix, and more.
You like PC? You like Reese Pieces? I like Reese Pieces. I like the shell on them. Like one of my favorite. Oh, this looks better. This is improving. This looks good. Yeah. Call spread. Let's take a peek. Oh, we got nothing. Oh, yeah, we do. Hold on here. Let's take a couple things. Let's take a look around the market here. Ooh. Well, let me check this really quick. He's looking kind of spicy. Let's take a look really quick at some. Spoos looks like it's on the move to squeeze higher. I'm going to throw up some tickers on the bottom over here. Get some jams going here. Reborn Coffee. Oh, yeah. I'm going to need to get a hammock. All right. Whew. Let's check out some stuff here. We're going to do a Meet Kevin. When I become an old man and I just start recording videos and we stop doing the live streams. Hold on here. What do I need? What do I need here? What am I looking for here? Stock research.
About this move, Steph, you sold J&J to buy something else, but selling J&J, tell me why.
Yeah, it's not my hair. Really just a source of funds. I think there's other ideas that are more inspiring to me. I thought their quarter was kind of disappointing. Not crazy about the pharma growth, growing low single digits. It had been growing at 8-9%. And
what am I looking for here?
Resolution, there's going to be this overhang. So I just found another idea that I wanted to use that cash and put it to work.
Well, that's DuPont.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, so we talked about this on Friday on your other show, but splits do work. Typically, 18 to 20 months after a company splits out, you have something like 15 to 25% growth. I think there's going to be more because I think they're unlocking a lot of value.
How about 35% in the next fucking month or two?
Ed Breen, who is the CEO of DuPont, is going to stay on, which is a very critical component for me. And so I think some of the parts is about 105, 110.
The target, by the way, got increased today to 95 from 85 at Citi.
Yes, and they upgraded it too.
They did upgrade it to buy.
There's very few buys out there.
They
It's
heard
almost-
you, and then they upgraded it.
They heard you because you're the one that asked me the question on Thursday.
Well, because it said link, like all over it, right? I mean, an
Fed bids for
industrial
5-year
split,
notes total
and it's
$4.2
like,
billion.
well, okay, where's Steph?
Well, yeah, and I own quite a few at this point in time, but I'm
That's
not
why
unhappy.
it was you.
I'm not unhappy with GE is perfect. I mean, that one's up 139% since they decided to split. I think 3M is going to be the same, but we've seen a lot
Do
of
you want to stay
industrials
up to
do
date with
this
the
kind of
latest
thing,
and be on
and
the
I think we're
bleeding
gonna
edge
see
of
more
news
because
for
they are
non-farm
unlocking
payrolls?
value. It's
Then
really,
sign
it
up
does
today
work.
and get
That's
our
the whole point.
special
They are
offer
creating
of Financial
shareholder
Use
value.
Pro
Okay.
for a
So
year's
you
worth
got
of our
these other
service
calls,
for the
Josh.
price of one
Live
month.
Nation, right?
Save
We've discussed
92%.
on multiple occasions after this lawsuit from the Justice Department. Now today it gets downgraded at North Coast, and as they say, the stock moves to the courtroom. Now, maybe that's a euphemism for the stock goes to the penalty box. But how should we view this now?
Well, the stock is up, so you could tell how much people care about that opinion. I think what's been leveled at the company was very general and not highly specific, and I think that actually benefits the company ultimately. But it's going to take forever. Like this stuff's not. No one's in a rush. So I feel like if you don't want to be in a stock that has a cloud like this hanging over your head, you should
Spoos.
the stock then. It's up a lot off the lows. It's done really well. And maybe there'll be cleaner ideas that you don't have to worry about day-to-day headline risk. But for longer-term investors who recognize what an incredible asset this is, they can weather these types of things. And the reality is Live Nation is just the best operator at what they do. Like, is Taylor Swift going to do their tour, do her tour with someone else? Who else in that case? Like, who else can put an event of that magnitude on? So you need a company like Live Nation. You could quibble about, oh, maybe we should split up promotion from ticket sales. Maybe we should split up, all these various aspects.
All right, so we're going to find some tickers. Slow news day, slow summer day, just returning back to the market. We're going to talk about individual tickers. You might want to add these to your own ETF at home. We're going to go over some of these and see what you guys think of these companies. First one we're going to take a peek at is called Reborn Coffee. Reborn Coffee. Whoa. I need to fix this over here. I need to do something about this. This ain't jiving with me. I need to fix Cappy's screen. We're going to look at Reborn Coffee. Reborn Coffee, trading $3.79. Why do I like this company? Well, it's spec growth. It's got a recent IPO on it. Let's go look at a 5-year here. Let's see if we can. Oh, we can only do the 1 year. We'll take a look at this from the start, though. What I really like about this company is right here. Annual revs increasing over and over and over and over. Market share going up, right? Real cash flow coming in, selling real stuff, right? Earnings revision, or no, valuation, no PA, no non-GAAP, PA GAAP. Price per book is 4.39. Gross profit margin, 68.69%. Return on assets, 44.42%. Revs, year-over-year growth, 83.74%. Woo! Hello, ladies. Momentum, 3-month, up 143%, then down 23, then down 48%. Up 28% right now. Who owns this? Individuals, insiders, and the public. Reborn Coffee. See if we can find anything on their we find anything on this on their where we got here, ratings, probably momentum, charting, financials. 2019.
10 minutes time now at the top of the hour.
2023. Let's go look at these guys here really quick. Bottom right-hand side of the screen. Whoop.
So again, sorry, in 10 minutes time now, top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in a 5-year note sale. Prior bid to cover was 2.39. The prior high yield was 4.659%.
Let's take a peek at this company right here. So this company IPO'd in August. Looks like the 12th of 2022. Oh, yeah.
Looking at a node ahead of this auction then, does cite the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short of 1.4 million 5-year note futures, possible source of covering demand at auction.
This company literally opened at $100. Let's go back here. $100 trapped. Can you imagine? This is what we do, right? You sell the IPO because it's like the thing now, right? You sell an IPO, but this company is making money year-over-year profits, great guidance, great growth, sold down to the dumpster. It's been sitting there doing nothing, right? Not a thing. Well, let's take a peek here. Daily trigger's underneath the weekly trigger, right? Just blooding people. Trading a low of 88 cents. Whew. What just happened, though? Got a nice little bull cross here. Squeeze higher. Slam back down on their weekly trigger, and it holds. They buy it again right there. Flattening, consolidative. Daily trigger turning up. Got a cross on the weekly and the daily right here. That's all good stuff. I like seeing that. I like it. Alexa. Who's Captain Jim James, Alexa? So we got a new high right here too, right? You see this prior high? This was at February of 24. We just got a new high on this, though. Look at that. New high right here. Working out some of these sellers. You see that? Traded a high of 487. Prior high, new high. This gap got closed here, but no new high up here, right? No new high up here. No new high right there. First new high I've seen on this ticker in a while, so right there. So this ticker fascinates me. REBN. Keep this one on your radar. It's cheap, $3. I think we should maybe we should buy this with the Robinhood account. I like the idea of buying this. We've got a cross on the daily and weekly. On a 1-hour basis. Take a peek at this. Oh yeah, that's juicy right there, isn't it? Nice back test. New high here, new high here. This is all good to see. Break this down, no problem. 30-minute basis. Let's take a peek at it. It's a little long in the tooth here. You see that? A little long in the tooth right now. Now this is not negative, but it's been running hard. You can maintain this for a period of time. Let's look on the daily one more time. Oh yeah, see that right there? Weekly's just getting started bullish. Daily, don't like that, though. I'd like to buy that bottom on a daily basis, though. So maybe it might not be time just yet to buy this one, but it's close. Took a lot of work to get up here, didn't it?
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.39. The prior high yield was 4 spots.
Oh, yeah, we could do that, Winky. We could take this company private. We could totally take this company private. REBN. Let's see here. I mean, just look at that right there. Woof. There's sellers in here for sure. $13 price target up there. Yep. $13 price target. Opened at $100. All right, the skulls. REBN. As long as price stays above $2.78. $2.73. As long as price stays above $2.73 right here. There's 1, 2, and 3, right about there. $9, $8 price target. It's almost 100% trade right there. I like this. I like this. I might buy some of this. We'll have to ask you guys what you think. REBN. Dude, what's going on with SPOOs, man? They're grinding the fuck out of SPOOs. God damn. REBN. Next one we're going to take a peek at. Well, this one's fascinating. I don't like normally trading this one, but we're going to look at a Hood. Robin in the Hood. And what do we got going on with Robin in the Hood? Hood. We got a double top, don't we? We got the old cup.
We are shortly expecting the results of the US 5-year
and the handle
auction. The pre-sale when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. Auction results follow a couple of minutes after this.
Now, what you're looking for on Hood here is a possible squeeze trade to the upside. The one concern right now with Hood is you need that new high, don't you? Oh, dude, that wants to close some gaps, don't it?
pre-sale when issued yield 4.54% ahead of the $70 billion auction. So again, that's the pre-sale when issued yield on the 5-year at 4.54%.
This one right here. That's the bad boy. This is where the real sellers are right here. Close all that up there. Original buyers right here. Up, down, trapped. Daily crossing the weekly. Now it's bullish. Weekly crossing the monthly. Price above the monthly. Daily across the monthly. Price target $37. Trading $20.62 right now. Hood. Look on a 30-minute basis. See what it looks like. Just starting to get bullish right now. This is all good.
Two spot three, high yield, 4.553%,
1, 2, 3.
3%. So the US sells $70 billion in 5-year notes and awards 96.34% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 19.52%, direct 15.44%, and indirect 65.04%.
What's going on there? You guys got a little bit of blood going on in SPOOs? I tried to send it downtown onto the hourly trigger on SPOOs. As long as Hood stays above $20 flat. Uh-oh, they're selling SPOOs right now. They're getting wacky up there. Doom and gloom. Price target $24 for right now on Hood. $24 on Hood. What is going on with SPOOs right now? Auction's mattering now, isn't it? Let's bring this over here. That's where your known buyers are. Got a nice little bear cross up here, a double bear cross right there, another bear cross right there. Yep, Put Mafia, 104 in the afternoon, right? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They love coming out 1 o'clock, right? Take a shot at it. Going to take a look at Toast. It's one of our favorite tickers. One of our favorite tickers. Look at that. Toast. Woo. Toast breaking above its monthly trigger. Its weekly is about to cross. It's one of our favorite tickers on the show here. Been tracking this one for some time. Toast looking to take out some stuff. We got a new high there? Not quite. To get really bullish, I'd like to see it above 30 bucks. Bullish on Toast right now. Set an alert for $22.50. $22.50. You can catch a buy down here. Toast. I got another fun one for you. It's probably not ready right now. BROS. Dutch Brothers. I think this one's new to us, but this one's juicy too. We've got price making its way, fighting its way back up to the monthly trigger. Great financials as well. Broke above the monthly trigger and trying to fight its way above it. It's got Momo underneath it. The daily trigger is trading higher here. Currently trading $35. This one got taken to the woodshed on its
Treasury 5-year yield hits the highest since early May after 5-year note auction.
Oh yeah, right there. There we go.
8 basis points at 4.57. That's 4.567%.
$50 up there. They don't want you coming back to that, do they? Somebody up here is angry. Angry selling going on up here. About to get flushed out. I guess we'll do this one in honor of one, two, three, squeeze. 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Bros. Yeah, that's looking good. I like that. I like this ticker too. BROS. I like this ticker as well. I don't think it's coming back down either. SPOO's squeezing right now. Bros, price target. Try to get out before you get to $50. There's a really dangerous seller up there. Maybe get out at like $47. Currently trading $35 right now. BROS. Bullish on this one too. Could take some time for this to happen. One thing I would say on this is you might be able to catch a good steal down below here. You can see I don't think we're coming back down because we're holding this and Momo is here, but it's possible. Let's see if I can count this again. 1, 2, 3, done, right? Yeah, I think we're going up. You could set it, do like a cheap seat down here at $28. Or maybe an alternate count. Yeah, it's up at 35 right now. Just grinding it out. Look at that. BROS, bullish. Price target just under $50. Name of the company is Dutch Brothers. You know what else is getting bullish right now is Reddit. I don't know if I want to trade that one, though. I still think it needs to go down to 0. Bros. Add that to the ETF. Down there.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
SPX still being bought right now. There's a lot of accumulation on SPX right now. Target hit on PT1 for NVIDIA, now targeting PT2 at 1157.21. A little bit of weakness in HYG. Dixie getting all bulled up right now. Watch out for Dixie. We have a bloodbath ahead of us we don't see. We want to see Dixie get rejected right where it is right now. Dixie's pretty bullish right now. Just a warning to you. There could be a bloodbath that's not seen. I want to issue a warning right now to be careful of a major bull trap in SPOOs.
The Fed reverse repo operation.
Ten-year yield climbing. Now getting concerning. Want to see these sellers come in right here. Whoop. Yeah, just be really careful. I think there's something going on. If Dixie explodes, moves very fast to the upside, you're going to see a SPOOs just crater. Oh, my fucking neck. Reddit. I didn't do Reddit. I did REBN. I did Bros. I did Hood. I did Toast. I don't want to do Reddit, though. See if we can see anything else. These are all already running. That's already running. That's already squeezing. I got some good short plays here. They're already squeezing. Some tickers of interest for you. I'm just going to read these off. I'm not going to actually tell them to you. I'm not going to go over the charts with you, but these might be some interesting charts for you to look at. Take a look at AIRJ, Alpha India Romeo Juliet. Check out CALT, Charlie Alpha Lima Tango. Check out INSM, that's India November Sierra Mike. Also, check out another one called LPA, Lima Papa Alpha. At home, you can write those down. Feds Kashkari saying, I certainly wouldn't pencil in more than 2 cuts for 2024. That's good. You're not getting any cuts, by the way. Next time you're getting cuts is going to be They fucking, what's going on with, that's good, it's still running. It's Army talk. I read an article yesterday that said 1980 there was 16% of our population, or 18 or 16% of our population were veterans. They said today less than 6% of our population is a veteran. Woof. Less than 6% of our population are veterans. I couldn't believe it was that low. I'm assuming that means that all the World War II veterans were still alive, Vietnam veterans were still alive in 1980. Shows you how vast that military was. Yeah, when I was in the Army, they told me less than 1% of the population at that time was serving. Even less than that, I think. I forget what, I think if they said less than 1% at that time had served. There's a Democrat from New York that was discussing it in the article, saying what I tend to say is your service doesn't matter if it's the military or not. You could do like Teach America, Peace Corps, just some kind of national service where you give of yourself with no expectation. So let's explain that. Someone just said, do you day trade tickers like the one you mentioned, or do you buy and hold? So what I do is this. Let's go over here. Let's talk about this really quick. Hang tight here. So what I do is this. Over here in the right-hand side, right? I create a list. There's a few things here. Let's talk about this. So this is what I do, and I recommend you do this. When I mention these tickers to you, okay? Sorry, I got playa lung. Here's the deal. I'm going to be 100% honest with you, okay? You have the S&P 500. The S&P 500, if you're in this market, the best thing you can do is buy the S&P 500, okay? Between the dividends, the performance year in, year out, if you can enter in a major low, you can usually make up to 20%. You can sell puts and calls against it. You collect dividends against it. It's the standard. Now you can say, yeah, Vanguard is better. The standard is S&P 500. You're not going to beat this return generally over time with any other process other than fucking buying it. Now you might be poor, and you may not be able to buy a ton of it. Might be boring, but if you slowly add S&P 500 to your portfolio or Vanguard, you will, believe it or not, one day be wealthy. I know you don't want to believe that, but it's true. It's boring as fuck. But if you're like, hey, I want to beat the S&P 500 over time, your next safest bet is likely going to be spec growth. Now, there's problems in that. Your chances of picking a Tesla are rare. The time you have to wait for Tesla is a long time. Or a Tesla or something like that. And let's say you don't have a ton of money, but you want to get into something that can run, right? 100, 200, 300%. Think about all the memes that you think about today, right? When you see a new meme stock come to you, right? Sometimes they started somewhere else. Now, we have a thing today. Back in the day, you'd have an IPO, and the IPO would be cheap, and it would slowly over time prove itself, and PE ratios mattered, and earnings mattered, and you could buy early and, watch it grow over time. These days, hucksters are selling levels. I have some money, right? So if someone's like, hey, bro, and I get these offers, people contact me in DMs. Hey, bro, I can get you in on this IPO at this price. So the IPO opens up like this coffee company at $100 and it gets shorted down to the depths of hell, goes to fucking zero, 88 cents in that case. And we're going to watch S&P here because I'm kind of sketched out by this. But what happens is now we're selling IPOs. You got to wait until they go to zero, not figuratively, right? And then they come back. And part of this process is market making. Market making. So you have hucksters market making before the IPO, and then you get legitimate market makers. And what these market makers do is they watch. They're constantly watching these companies. There are analysts out there, analists, that watch these companies that work for market makers. And let's say ticker X goes from $100 to $5. And meanwhile, they're just making money. They're selling a real product. Right? So they've got good fundamentals, what you like, right? They're selling a real good or service. They have year-over-year growth. They have year-over-year profit. They don't have anything bad, nothing bad. Everything's good. And yet they're going down to the dumpster. As they flatten out, so these are companies that are only 3 years or newer. These are companies that have been sold down to the depths of hell. These are companies that have had at least 3 quarters of great ERs, great EPS, great fucking everything. And they're being accumulated. So rather than chasing a falling knife, right, something that's coming blasting down to the depths of hell, we're waiting until they're trading sideways and stabilizing and begin to move higher again. So what you'll find is that this is being accumulated by risk takers, right? And you're not paying attention to these companies. They're not memes yet. They're not on your radar yet. There ain't nobody talking about these tickers anywhere. What happens, though, is years later, they do talk about them. So about 4 years ago, I started posting these companies on social media. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to start posting these fucking things. And there are some people out there that started tracking them in an ETF. They started creating their own ETFs and saying, we're going to track what CaptainJimJames is talking about. Nobody else talks about these fucking tickers. Let's see what happens. Now, they're not all winners, but they're like 90% of them are winners, like 90%. First time I did it, I think I was at like 95 or 97% winners. So what I do is this. When I find these companies, I tell you, hey, start watching this company. You should create a watch list on your own platform, whatever you're using. Create a watch list with these companies. And the reason you're doing that is a bunch, right? Good fundamentals, bottomed, new highs, accumulation. Also, these companies are cheap. You can get into them. You can buy 100 shares. Right? If they're optionable, you can sell options against them. They might have dividends. Another thing about these companies is they could possibly outperform the S&P 500. And another fascinating part about these companies is that if they do begin to go from 5 or 30 or 5 or $10 to 50, 100, 150, 200, 300, I'm not kidding. They become memes. And you're on the bottom of that buying when nobody's listening to you. And you're selling into who? The memers. They'll be buying at $150 while you're selling into them. So you're in early. Now, you don't buy them all that I say, hey, buy this, buy that. What you do is you look for a low on these companies. So an example would be this one we just looked at here. Like Bros. I wouldn't chase this stock, but you can set an alert. If you favorite this stock in your own watch list, you can right-click on this line right here and add an alert on the trend line. Crossing down, right? On the trend line. Create an alert. If you do this on 100 tickers and you keep them at home and you're watching the daily cross above the monthly, you watch the weekly coming up underneath the monthly, they're looking fucking bullish. You have the potential to beat the S&P 500, don't you? Like if Bros right now is trading $35, if this fucker trades 50, you're going to beat the S&P 500, aren't you? So rather than chasing what everybody else is chasing, people are chasing this stock and this one and that one, and they're falling fucking knives, right? They're fucking just burning. And why are you not chasing those stocks that are a knife? You're like, hey, everybody's talking about it, Captain, but it's falling, right? Everybody's talking about it because they're fucking upside down. They're hoping that stock comes back. They're trapped. They don't want it to come back so it goes up even more. They want it to come back so they can get out. So trapped. You want to be in a stock on the bottom as it's coming up. If you look at these tickers that I list to you, they normally start out really way high in their IPO. They go down to the depths of hell. They start climbing back up again. That's where you want to be a buyer. On the bottom. So, my thing to you would be this. If I wanted 50,000 people or 100,000 people following me on YouTube and Twitch, what would I do? I would cover all the tickers that you're upside down in. I would cover the ones that you love right now. I would cover Palantir all day long, Tesla all day long, all these fucking memes that you guys talk about all day long on Wall Street Bets, right? Why? Because you love them, right? You'd watch my show. I'd make a recording at nighttime. I'd tell you, I'd suck you off at nighttime. Tell you everything's going to be great. If something goes wrong, I'll coddle you. Put you in my arms and tell you, oh, man, I didn't know that was going to happen, dude. That really sucks. I got a position there. Meanwhile, I'm making money off the fucking ads and the fucking memberships and all that other bullshit. I'm not going to do that with you. I'm not that guy. I'm not that fucking furu. And I'm not going to get followers for telling you the ones to actually watch. But you will come back to me 6 months, a year, 2 years. People come back all the time and go, hey, that fucking thing ran, man. Thank you very much. You understand what I'm saying? So, I don't know why I do that. I'm just not a fucking goddamn furrow. I hate these fucking people. But when I post these things to you, when I tell you guys about these tickers, you don't have to buy them. Just set that trend line. Come back to it if it sends you an alert. Paper trade it. Watch them over time. Just track them. Spend a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, and see where they go. The cool part about these tickers, too, is if they break that trend going up, you have a stop you can put in and sell. You know if that trend gets broken to the upside. And there's natural risk in this market. And I can assure you that I'm not asking you to take on risk of catching a knife. So I'm not saying buy these things, but I am saying make yourself a watch list. Over time, collect 100 of these names. Set little alerts along the way in each of them. And every time they hit one, watch them and see what happens. Watch your velocity. Watch your triggers. If it looks like the right time and right place, you start seeing volume come in to buy those things for the next rip higher. I think you'll be quite impressed with your returns. Excuse me. I really do have ply lung. Like, dude, like first day I had like dirt all over my face and hair. Ugh, gross. I'll read some of them off to you right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to add bros here. There's bros. We already have toast. What was the other one? I forget what the other one was. There was another one in there. What was the other one called? Duolingo was one of them. Dash. Oh, hold on. Oscar was a good one. These are all old ones. Toast coming back already. IONQ was a good one. We did FIP. P-Core was a good one. HCP. Shill or Shoals, remember them? Confluent was a good one. That one cranked. Got 33 bucks out of that one. SMRT. Chord Energy. Matter of fact, this one's going again. But when I add them on the list, start watching them immediately. What we'll likely do is one of the account building strategies, we're going to do these tickers. One of the three ways we're going to build an account would be with these tickers right here. Yeah, that's not. That's a fake article. I saw the article. That's fake though. It's not real. It's like saying. Dude, what's going on here? HYG Dixie. I'm missing the VIX here. Their water supply will begin to run out in 6 years. Takes about 5 to 10 years to build more water treatment plants. There's VIX 9-day. Come on now. The major issue that I have with Mexico City water is that they dump their trash. They dump their shit into their aquifer. I like PSTG.
US Treasury 2-year yield hits the highest since early May, last up 2.1 basis points at 4.974%.
I thought that article was like a not just clickbait. I thought it was clickbaity, but then I also thought it was, I don't know. It's kind of like when you say when they write articles about where you're from, and you're like, that's not correct. Like they write articles about Detroit that just aren't correct. They're inaccurate. You're like, are they writing that article because they hate Detroit, or are they writing that article because they don't know? Is it outdated data? Is it for clicks? People on Reddit yesterday were like, oh, they're going to have to relocate 25 million people. And I'm like, no, they're not. It's not going to dry up or anything. They got to get the shit out of the water. Yeah, it came out yesterday on. It was out yesterday on Reddit as well. Have you ever been to, like, Mexico City? Right, makes any city in the United States look like a third world country in terms of what they're building there. Mexico City is no joke. We, as an American, we love to say we're like the best. We are the best, but when you see some of like the infrastructure being built in Mexico City, it's insane. Insane, the projects that are going on in that city. It's cranking again. The yield's cranking. Yeah, it's still cranking right now. Whew. Well, there's supply right here, so this supply should step back in again. It better, because if it doesn't, we're going to have a problem. Uh-oh. Right there. It's kind of like when you read an article, like how about if it's like if you meet somebody from Europe, right? Some of the news they read about the U.S. is like clickbaity, right? So you're like, you have an impression of what it's like to be in America. It's not quite always real. It's more or less like, did you know in America this happens all the time? It really doesn't all the time, right? That's what I want, Oda Nabunga.
US Treasury 10-year yield climbs to the 4-week peak, last up 7.1 basis points at 4.454%.
Oda Nabunga's asking the right question today. Cap, where do you want to buy? You want to see where Captain's used call lot is? Right here. Right here. Somewhere in here. It's my little swoop right there. You want to take a snapshot of that at home? Ooh, yeah. Woo! That's where Captain wants it, right down there. If I can get it down there. Whammo. But we got a short week, so I don't know if we're going to get that low. I wish we would, but I don't think that's going to happen. We only got fucking 3 days left, so I don't think I'm going to catch that down there. Maybe. A boy can dream, can't he? Some of you guys know what to write. Oda Nabunga's like getting them cheap calls one way or another. Are you going to grind them down to dust, or we're going to get the price action, one or the other? Yeah, I don't know if we can catch it because the fucking week is so short. No big decisions going on, blah, blah, blah. Grind it sideways and up. Get the move on Thursday. No, I don't think that it can lead to an even... There'll be no migrant crisis. So it's not like they just run out of water. They have water right now for 25 million people. It's not going to run dry. The aquifer is running slightly dry, but a lot of it has to do with the growth, expansion of population. And they're building treatment plants right now. So, and they need to transport water too to that city. But it's not as much of a crisis as you'd think. I'll see if I can find the article right now. Hold on here. I'll try to find it. And they cite the counter to those claims in those articles. Give me a second here. Look and see if I can find it. So here's the article right here. This is the original here. Hold on a second here. So in here, this is the comment section right here from the first article that came out yesterday. And there's, of course, there's all the crazy people at the top, all the fair mongering and stuff. But down here, there's an article right here that says, this has been proven false. As always, clickbait media. Yes, there will be a water shortage, but the city won't run out of water just like that. It has a link to the actual facts about what's going on in Mexico City. If you want to read the actual truth behind this, I'll post it to you right now. It's funny, too. I was reading, oh, yeah, baby, get down there. Ooh, yeah, get on down there. Get on down there. I'll post the link to you right now, guys. And it's funny, too. I was, what did I watch last night? Late night last night, I watched, here's an article for you to read, some light reading. You can read through that. What movie was I watching last night? So last night I watched a film called Blood Simple. I think that's what it was called, Blood Simple. Yeah, so late last night I watched a film. Late last night I watched a film called Blood Simple. It was filmed in 1984. Whoop. Let me bring this over here. I'm gonna knock this over on my keyboard. So last night I watched a film called Blood Simple. Bring that up for you right there. It was filmed in 1984. It's got like a 94%. That's right, Cohen goats. You got it. You got it. Not a Simple Plan. Blood Simple. It was directed by somebody else, but it was produced, I think, by the Coens. It's a great fucking film. Totally worth the fucking watch. If you like Old Country for, or what is it called? Old Country for New Men or something like that. It's right in that vein. If you like any of those Texas those Texas neo-modern westerns that are like bank robbers and stuff, any of that kind of shit, it's right up that alley. It's in that same vein. What's fascinating about that movie? Yeah, No Country for Old Men, right? What's the one that just came out where the two guys are robbing banks in Texas? And they're brothers, and one guy gets killed up on the hill or something, the other guy lives. Anyway, that's that whole vein of movie, right? This movie came, this is like really early Cohen stuff, right? Yeah, Hell or High Water, exactly. So like, let's check SPX really quick. Dude, where the fuck's SPX? Something's going on here. This rotating chart shit's pissing me off. Here we go. Entering volatility right now, just a heads up. Gamma flips at 52.90. I'm going to leave this chart up for you right now. We're going to pause it on this chart. so you can see where the gamma flip is. Just pushing price down right now. So this movie that I watched last night, Blood Simple, look it up. You can steal it from the internet or something and watch it. It's really cool. Great little watch, especially if you don't like a lot of movies coming out today. It's a great movie. Great writing, great acting, great pacing. The cinematography is fucking phenomenal. But what's great about this movie was they took real audio archives from AM radio stations in the middle of nowhere, and they play them in the background of this movie. And what's fascinating is the same conspiracy theories that are peddled today were peddled then. And they have the same or different names now. So in 1984, they were saying the gang of 10 or something they were using, the gang of 10 nations, and how the Antichrist was already born, and how they think he was alive, that the world's going to end. We're in 2024 right now, right? It's been 40 fucking years, and none of that shit's happened. So can you imagine, like, listening to that shit 40 years ago, being paranoid, walking around your life thinking that the end of the times is coming? And it never comes, does it? It's always been pushed and purported. So it's okay to consume that shit. It's kind of fun at times, right? It's okay to, like, put on a Bigfoot YouTube documentary and fall asleep to it. But to believe it, there's a line, right? And that's the line between fucking crazy and normal, rational. So you got to think contextually when you read some of this stuff, like, oh, Mexico's going to run out of water tomorrow. 25 million people are going to be evacuated. It's bullshit. That's not going to happen. So, anyways, check out Blood Simple. Another good movie I watched recently was I watched Abigail. If you have not seen Abigail, do not go into it seeing nothing. No trailers, no descriptions, no nothing. Just watch the movie. Close your eyes as you're clicking on it. Have your friend click on it, your wife or your husband. Be like, click on that for me. Go into it knowing nothing. It was awesome. It was so much fun. It was everything I needed in a movie. Escapism. That's right. That's what's being evacuated. They're poop shoots. They shit in the fucking aquifer. They have these underground rivers and shit, and they literally dump the shit into it. Wife friendly, yes. Kid friendly. Depends. My 11-year-old and I watched it together, but she likes this. It's scary. But it was fun. My 11-year-old though likes that kind of like my 11-year-old and I, my daughter's 11. We watch like this kind of stuff together. My mom did with me. So my dad worked as a lobbyist, and I never saw him. My dad worked monster hours when I was young. So my mom would be home alone with us kids, and I was the oldest. So she'd stay up and watch movies, and she'd have me cuddle up next to her and watch movies with her. And so I think it's kid friendly. Maybe over 10 years old, like 11, 12-ish, preteen. They can handle it. Yeah, dark sense here, exactly. Exactly. Great flick, though. If you haven't seen it, watch Abigail. Abigail's beautiful. Dude, I want to buy this fucker right now. Hold on. I want to buy this. What do we got going on over here? Maybe I don't want to buy it. I'm kind of scratching my head right now. I'm looking at Friday calls, right? Well, I do, but I'm looking at the chain now. I'm looking at Friday calls here, and I'm scratching my head as to why 534s are only 38 cents. That means the dealer's telling me, fuck you, no, we're not going there. So 534Cs are 38 cents for Friday. That's telling me one of two things. Either grind sideways, or we have more down to go, and we're not going to hit 534. I clicked on some of them, but I haven't bought them yet. I'm going to watch them closely, though. That shit's really cheap. 38 cents for 534. Trading 528.70 right now. Something's wrong. Either the dealers are underpricing it or the dealers are telling you we're going lower. One or the other. You already bought it. It's cheap. 38 cents is fucking cheap. Fucking 4 days from today. Good price. Yeah, it's 15 Delta, but, you know, it's OTM, just about right OTM. We got to start moving, though. Let's check 30-minute Velo really quick. 30-minute Velo is not saying anything out. Dude, this market is moving slow. This is where they bought it on Friday, too, right here. See that right there? That's where the Friday buy is, right here. Holy fucking shit. They're trading 45 cents now. Son of a bitch. I should have bought them. They're now trading 44 and 45 cents. I didn't get them. I think I might be trading that fucking strike a bunch this week. I got a feeling that that strike's going to be my strike all week. CVS, dude, is below its yearly trigger? What? I'm going to take a look right now, Winky. Oh, baby, look at that. Oh. We got this one going all the way down to $50 flat, don't we, Winky? CVS. Oh, we got it going lower, Winky. We got alerts set up down here, too. See it? We got 2 alerts set up down here for 50, 40 bucks. It's almost there, brother. They're going to shank the fuck out of this, aren't they? Let's check the 10-year, see if it's... Nope, still running hot. Dixie's running hot as fuck right now. HYG bleeding still. If you are along those calls, make sure that you don't get trapped in this trade right here. Watch out for another roll to the downside right there. Should have grabbed those fucking calls, man. Those fucking calls are dirt ass cheap. Those fucking calls are fucking cheap. I should have bought them. I like buying the underlying on them and then selling if they're optionable, selling options on them. Personally. Yeah, we got to get back above the HT. I should have bought them, Uncle Jay. I mean, they're just so cheap, man. Just own them. Fuck it. 430. I mean, 534s for 38 cents. So fucking cheap, dude. Someone's mispricing shit. Someone's wrong in a big way, right? CVS. If I'm wrong on this, let me know. But CVS, I believe, is losing a contract with veterans, but I could be wrong on that. Or they lost you know what they lost? I think they might have lost like Medicare roles, Medicaid, Medicare, something like that. It's either veterans or Medicare, Medicaid. They lost like a program that they had. The other ticker that I was talking about earlier, I'm going to put that one up again. That was the coffee company, right? Rebel Coffee or something? What was that company coffee called? Reborn Coffee, REBN. Winky's like, why is he... Winky's like... You're not supposed to be talking about these tickers. I don't think their market cap's not 150 million, is it? Reborn. I thought it was 8 billion. It's been reborn, Winky. It's been reborn, bro. So CVS doesn't make its money with stores. CVS makes its money with prescriptions over the phone. Nope, didn't go over Dell. I should have bought that fucker. That one right fucking there, man. Ooh. Rub it, yeah. Oh, yeah, rub it. That's the Friday low right there. And we didn't catch a new low, did we? Nope. Nope, we did not catch a new low on Friday. Nope, bullish. I'm bullish here. I don't think this rolls. Maybe. So far, we have not broken the low on Friday's close or late afternoon. Getting a Dell. Yeah, CVS merged, right, with Aetna and another I think they merged with two companies recently, didn't they? It was just the one. I think they're with another company, too, right now. I've owned Dells before. Buy them, throw them away. Use them till they break. This is something else I ran into this weekend was... Another thing that I ran into this weekend was I'm not as connected as Dixie flying right now, boys, girls. I'm not as connected to the internet as it would seem. Like I don't like making fun. Like I'll talk on the phone, but I like to put the phone down too. It's like I don't have WhatsApp. I should have WhatsApp. I don't. I should have Snap, and I don't. I don't have an iPhone. I have an Android. My Android sucks because I break them. I don't like the fucking garden. I don't like being confined in the garden. So when I was out this weekend, people were like trying to like airdrop their numbers and shit, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't do that shit. I'm also thinking of getting LASIK. That's another thing that I haven't done. Thinking about getting LASIK, and I've been resisting it. You got LASIK? Mom's already getting bad. Don't do it. Why are you saying don't do it? Get it before I turn 50? Okay. I gotcha. So get it now then, right? I only got a fucking few years left. Oh, look at Uncle JBJ is pacing in the. Uncle JBJ is pacing around the living room right now. He's like, God damn it, don't be buying that shit. Does it really have time depreciation? Well, okay, so question to you. It has time depreciation. You're saying can't get it when you get too old, and when you get it, it only lasts for so long. Does it get worse and you can't fix it again, or that's my next question. Does it like? That's what I need. So these are cheaters. So my regular vision is fine. If I look at you like 5 feet away and still got like a 10, 15, not 10, but 15 now, I think. I can see very far away, fine. But I need cheaters like a few feet in front of me, a foot in front of me. It doesn't last. I didn't know that it didn't last. Slim's Nerdy, you're saying do it right now or don't do it? You going full bear here, huh? Uncle JBJ? If we go downtown. I'm going to read what some of you guys are saying. The surgery just corrects your eyes, doesn't stop them from aging. Got it. 2020? Yeah, I'm 47 now. I just turned 47. Winky face. Winky, I'm going to be with you sooner than later, brother. Glaring starbursts. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to discuss it on stream, Winky. So LASIK won't help with readers. I didn't know that either. No shit, huh? Metamorph. Where is it from the pain or fear from you can't see anything? Was it like panic not being able to see? What was the problem that you had or the fear that you had? Both. I gotcha. Pot smoking helped. I had like 10, 20 vision my whole life. I had fucking awesome vision. I had great vision my whole entire life, and then my eyes have been degenerating the past 3 years. And it's been really fast and quick. I got my last eye appointment I went to. My doctor was like, "You're just getting old, man." He's like, "You had a fucking great run." And he looked to see if I had any degenerative disease or anything. He's like, "You're just getting old." Exactly. Welcome to getting old. No shit, huh? The colors got better for you. That's really cool. I like that. That's fascinating. the weed. So I think I lost my vision from years like grinder. Like I did a bunch of. So what I noticed was this: the past. So let me see. The past 7 years. This past no, not 7. It's been longer now. About just pre-COVID, right? I spent about 5 years renovating houses for the first time in my life. I spent 5 years learning how to renovate a house. And I did a lot of construction work that I've never done in my entire life. And I know I did some damage to my body. I know I breathed things I shouldn't have breathed in. I know that I did damage to my eyes, small particulate matter, that kind of stuff. I did some welding on houses. I did all kinds of stupid shit. I wanted to learn all that stuff, and it was a poor decision on my part. Yeah, that's the blue light too gets me. I read late at night. My mom always told me that growing up. She'd beg me to put more light on when I was reading. I've been a voracious reader most of my life. Here it goes, Oda Nobunga. He's walking around the living room right now. He's like, here it comes. Here comes the drop, baby. You're looking for that break right here. See that low right there? Whoop, right there. You want to see a new tick. Are they going to get the new tick or not? All you need is the little tiny tick right there. Look at the little algos down there trying to get it. Look at him. Creepy crawly down the wally. Check the Dix really quick. Dix is humping right now. Dix is moving to the upside. Yield is pumping. HYG bleeding down in the daily trigger right now. VIX on the move to the upside, 9-day up to the daily and weekly trigger. CHPT. Right there. I like it. I like charge point right now. I like it a lot. I like charge point right now. Oh, yeah, I like it. I see what you're throwing down. I like charge point right now. I like that ticker a lot, too. I don't know what their fundamentals are. I mean, I know who charge point is, but I like where the ticker's going. Daily trigger trying to make a cross above. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. No lube there. Oof. 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 Felt that one. Oof. Oof. 2:26 in the afternoon. Oh, my neck. I'm going to do a quick news break with you between now and 3 p.m., and then we're going to go into expectations. I think I want to buy that fucking thing, don't I? Hey, you didn't have to tip me there. Who just tipped me there? You didn't have to tip me there. Don't tip me. Who just tipped me? You want me to chart something for you? Victoria. Do you want me to chart something out for you? Here we go. There's Victoria right there. Okay, Victoria, number one. I want you to go to tradethetrigger.com. Go to tradethetrigger.com. We have a website where you can get indicators. You can get access to the Discord. We have mentors in there. You get access to market briefs. You get access to charts from across the market, commodities, you name it. Crypto, metals, you name it. We do it. ONMD, let me take a look at it in the background really quick, okay? I'm going to look at both your charts for you here in just a moment. I'll bring it up on the screen here in just a moment. ONMD. VN VHAI. All right, ONMD. Let's take a look at it. Oh, I like this ticker too. Gorgeous. ONMD, One Medical Net Corp. On a 30-minute basis, or I like it on an hourly basis right now. Ish. I'm going to chart it out for you. Oh, dude, I like it a lot. I love this ticker. It's good. You're really good on your weekly and monthly velocity. Your daily velocity is a little long in the tooth at the moment. Your daily trigger is coming up, so you will back test it as it crosses its weekly trigger. Oh yeah, baby. SPOO's bleeding out right now. You got a new high from back in January of 2024. Let this Stick around here in the show, and I'll come back. I'm going to chart this out for you.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at $2.50 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $2.59. And NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $79.83 a barrel. That's up $2.11 or 2.71%.
Your price target on this ticker is about $6.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now,
ONMD price target $6. I'm going to show you the chart here in just a minute. Let me see if I can do it in the bottom side of the screen. Hold on here. We'll do it in the bottom side of the screen. ONMD got torched. Had a nice squeeze on it. IPO'd in 2021. Traded 13.26. I don't know about its fundamentals, so you'll have to do that on your own. But what I do like about this ticker is it's squeezed above the weekly trigger. SPOO's coming on down hot right now. Trying to trade 527.46. SPX breaking below the gamma flip. No rejection yet of gamma flip. There's a giant air gap below, though. There is no gamma down below. No gamma. Price target if we close below. Hold on a second here. Close below right here. Can be a bloodbath, like straight down bloodbath. Where's my call lot down here? What's my call lot at? There we go. Right down there. We can run that whole thing right down like it's nobody's business. We can take that out like it's nobody's business down there. There is no gamma down here. None. No gamma down there. Pivots. Show that again. There, right there. No pivots down there. That's the Gamma Flip on SPY. Oof. Turn of events. End of the day. Price breaking below the hourly trigger. Half an hour about to cross. 5 minute crossing the hourly trigger. 1 minute near vertical to the downside. We got our tag here. Now you're going to be looking for right there and breakdown right here. All right, so as we break down here in the bottom of your screen, we're going to look at ONMD. This was requested to look at. Price is trading 223, 214. The daily velocity is just becoming bullish. Whoop. Hold on there. Ah, shit. Hold on here. Velocity. Daily velocity looks bullish right now, but weekly is the best velocity here in this ticker. Your target on ONMD. There's your monthly trigger right here. Currently, it's sitting at 698. 698 for your monthly trigger on ONMD. But I'm unsure that you get there because they're coming into the close of the month. You're going to get another bar down here. And that's at $6. You also have a band right here is where the initial sellers were. Or not initial, but big sellers right here. We'll bring that over. You can see that matches up right now with, you can see that red bar here, that's where those sellers were. You're going to see the monthly trigger come down to that $6 mark. So you got an initial move here. See where these guys are. You beat these guys already right here, so you're good to go here. There's ONMD. The one thing I'm going to warn you about this,
$84.22 a barrel. That's up $1.12 or
we didn't catch the new low down here. What's going on over here? No new low. If you're a bear, you want to watch this gamma flip here. If you're bearish, you want to see the rejection in a new low, and it's going to get really fucking bearish. But a dip down below the gamma flip means nothing. So if you see price recover, that's the bottom. Pay very close attention to this red box right here. ONMD, Victoria, if you're watching right now, this is what I want to tell you, okay? I'm pretty bullish here on this stock. The only thing that I'll tell you is that the daily trigger, when it eventually crosses this weekly trigger, you're gonna get checkbacks on this. So just like this squeeze right here, you're likely gonna see more of the same, like pushing. As this trigger crosses up here, you'll see a back test right on that cross. But generally speaking, I'm bullish on it. Price target, just below $6. Price target exactly is going to be $5.24. You could extend it all the way up to $6.51. ONMD. We'll watch this one in the background. Next one is VHAI. Pay very close attention to this right here. Very close attention. 2:43 in the afternoon. VHAI. Oh my God, dude, these are Victoria. What is this fucking company worth? Like 2 cents? Is that your name, Victoria? I forget what your name is. Vocodia Holdings Corp. These are penny pumpers. Okay, this is an easy one to do. This is actually an easy one. Neutral on this one right now. You didn't catch a new high on this previous high, so not interested in VHAI. You would need to first something like that right there. Price target 34 cents. And you're likely going to retest that again, too. Oh, yeah. They're going to blood the fuck out of this. They're going to blood SPY right now. A lot of consolidation there. That's going to be the sexy right there. There it is right there. VHAI. Price target 45 cents. VHAI. You might get 50 out of it. You need to stay above 10 cents, of course. And preferably stay above 22 cents. I'm not interested in buying it, though, unless you get above. You need to get above 21 cents and hold 21 cents with a new high. If you can get above 21 cents and hold it, right now it's trading 19. So like you need to get above 20 cents and then get a new high. It's like 20 cents, then 21 cents, pull back, and you're good to go to 50. 44, 45, somewhere in there. You got some work going on in here for sure. You got a grind ahead of you. I need to see their financials and stuff, if they're a real company or not. If they're going to get delisted or not. How long have they been under $1? I don't know anything about this company. I got to warn you. Like, I don't know if they're going to go private. I don't know if they're going to go bankrupt. I don't know if they're being stripped of everything. I don't know what's going on with this company, but so I can't attest to that stuff for you, Vicky. Yeah, I can't recommend this to anybody in the stream, nor the other ticker either, because I don't know anything about it. If it's like a pure pump and dump penny stock play, tight stop, or I wouldn't get long VHAI unless you're above 20 cents with a new high. So that's right here. Like you need to get above 20 cents and then make a new high. The moment you do that, you can probably start buying that right there, buying that right there, buying that right there, as long as you hold above there. And it holds. But I would consider this a pump and dump. But what I would say to you is, or you buy it at 10 cents. You're either buying it at 10 or 20. But I wouldn't be fucking around in the middle here. See what's happening here. Check 30 velo. It's coming down. Now it's cooling off. We have more down to go, probably. More down to go.
The Treasury Secretary Yellen is to appear before the Senate panel on June the 4th on the Treasury budget request.
It's crazy to see this kind of blood late in the day, right? Compressed week. End of day, get the market moving lower.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for?
Yeah, I got people saying that am I buying calls tomorrow? Not yet.
Special offer or financial.
I had some set up, didn't buy them.
Worth of our service for the price of one.
No calls yet for me.
92%.
I'm going to read some news to you really quick for the end of the day. It's 2:53. I'm going to get you guys set up for tomorrow. The S&P 500 shows incredible resilience despite spiking yields. Note that the recent rally was well correlated to lower 10-year yields. This correlation seems broken. I already showed you guys that, or I already told you guys that earlier, though. What else we got here? Oh. Elliott confirms $2.5 billion plus position in Texas Instruments, proposes that TXN adopt a dynamic capacity management strategy, introduced a free cash flow per share target of $9 in 2026. If we trade below, listen closely here. If we trade below 5,300, 5290, the gamma flip, that's right here. Listen very closely as it's going to matter, okay? Listen very closely right now. Get your pencils and papers out. Get your audio recorder out. If we trade below 5290, that's where we are right now. Now you have to like trade below it, not just go, not dip. You have to trade below it. That means you dip, reject, and catch a new low. Our gamma flip, the picture will change, right? And traders will all start to focus on Friday's OPEX event, which will change the situation drastically and open the door for more volatility. Some cautious commentary to keep in the back of your mind per Goldman Sachs. Flows this week unequivocally point to a more cautious posture by hedge funds as managers net sold U.S. equities at the fastest pace since early January, driven by single stocks and macro products. All 11 sectors were net sold, led by cyclicals. Hedge funds have net sold U.S. industrials for 11 straight sessions, driven by short and long sales. The VIX dropped from less than 20 in mid-April to multi-year low, less than 12 this week. Open interest in VIX futures have increased considerably by 160 million. While total open interest and several other measures are not as large as before 2018, when various leveraged products were more prevalent. A buildup of short vol positions could add to a market sell-off and higher volatility if they are unwound and covered after a negative market catalyst. Implied volatility is close to the 0th percentile in a 10-year look back, and yet investors refuse to engage in long convexity. Outside of highlighting how inexpensive equity derivatives have become, dispersion trading, a lesser discussed pocket of the vol market, made headlines this week. Dispersion portfolios historically go long single stock vol and go short index vol. Given the current setup, we're having some conversations around taking the other side. Currently, SPOO's trading back above the gamma flip again right now. Back into positive gamma once again. We'll see. I'm going to put up this right here. Where's 1600? Uh-oh, we're going in the reverse. Got that right there. Let's see if they can get that new low over there. Woo. Check on, let me see here. I gotta go potty again, dude. No will from buyers. Woof. Everyone's piling into the VIX trade. What am I looking for here? There we go. Call buying fell off at 145 this afternoon on SPY. There's been slow but steady put buying all day long since 130, but not a huge uptick in put buying. I wonder if we can get down here. VIX 9-day down here. You can see they bought the dip down here in VIX calls. We're coming into the cross of the weekly and daily trigger on VIX. And VIX is getting bullish on a daily basis. You could see a pretty good sell-off into this close. Let's see if they can reject this and get it back and roll it back down here. I might get my fucking wish and get that 423 earlier than I expected. There's a lot of selling volume coming into the market right now, too. Be careful. And you got this up here, too. You got this cross coming up. See it right there? Oh, I just hacked up a bunch of dust. Gross. I mean, that would be fucking sweet, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be fucking sweet? Just like, blam. Let me see one more thing over here. Oh. Yeah, I have to admit, man. Like, reading that article about the resiliency of SPOOs with the rates ripping like that is fucking true. MBI is saying we got more selling to go. What else can I look at here? Check some cycles out. Check out. There's no magnet down there. I was looking at the collar, too, to see if there was a magnet down there, but I don't see that either. We didn't get underneath that. We didn't get underneath 49.70. I'm looking at March 22 collar. We failed to break higher, but it's not the same setup. Look there. Still haven't broken support yet either. Not bearish here. Not necessarily bearish here, but the scary part is this gamma flip right here, right? There is no floor here. I mean, this is bullshit here, too. We can go down fast, I guess is my point. End of May. OPEX isn't until June. We just have a month end on the 31st. So you got what? Pinning for month end? OPEX right there, 530. I don't know if I believe that bullshit. This looks more like fucking pinning to 530. I guess on the other flip side, I'm like, yeah, we're gonna try to pin 530 into Friday. Try not 530, 520 into Friday. That's possible. So OPEX we pinned 530. And the thesis would be we'd try to trade into 520 by the 31st for month end. For spreads on 530, I don't know. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me is range. It looks like range. It doesn't look. You're either going to pin 530 or 520, right? They close the gap at 523. They can run it back up to 530 in a Friday. I'm still on 530 for month end. There are people piling into the VIX trade, though. That does make sense. We have it tagged here, this green line here. This green line right here. This box down below. See these two green lines, 1038 and 804. They fucking bought it right at 892. I'm just glad I didn't fucking buy calls today. Would have gotten fucking destroyed. You might want to wait a minute. You can buy the VIX, buy the underlying, but we're right on the cross of the daily, and it's kind of like the worst fucking possible place to buy it. So you should have been buying vol on these two green bars down here, like here and here. So the problem is if you get another rejection down here, and then there's the move. Look for 1038 on VIX 9-day. If you see VIX 9-day, if you see VIX 9-day go to 1076, 1038, somewhere in there, I'd be interested in buying some vol. Buy the regular VIX on that. But the vol curve is saying it's not going to happen. That's not guaranteed, right? Vol curve fucking lies all the time. They'd have to get us moving to pay VIX, right? If they staircase us down, we're still only trading 12.16 right now. You need the market to move fast to the downside. 523, Winky. Sorry, 523. Sorry, brother. 523, man. Having word salad day. Where is my name from? Hold up. Where is my name from? It's my Jim is my name. My dad? I'm older. I'm not like, I guess I don't have a, I guess I don't live with, I grew up with like the names with like John, Mike, Bob, all those kind of names. Yeah, bros, the ticker keeps popping up in my scanner as a buy. Trying to roll it down. You see him? It'd be fascinating if they flush the market, though, like today or tomorrow. A big, fat fucking flush. Bulls failing to get higher today. And they got the high today. They got the high at 532. Quick second here, guys. So I've got So if you just check this right here, just look at or watch this with me really quick, okay? So this is the market brief from last night, okay? And I've got us going up to 532 today, which we did, right? And then I got us rolling down here to hold on here. Got us rolling down here to 528, and we just traded it. And then I've got us cranking, dude, like straight cranking from here. So we're good to go so far. This is a 4-hour outlook. I'll say this to you. So on Sunday, I gave you guys, a farther out in time outlook so you could plan your week. We traded up here today. We traded down here into the close. Now, big question mark, right? Do we actually blood this shit down? boom down here, right? Or is this just a fucking fake out while we actually go higher? So right now, I mean, we're where we should be. Yeah, I'm getting fucking bullish here. So I trust myself. Like, I trust my shit, man. Like, I'm gonna tell you what, dude. I'm right like 7 out of 10 times with this shit. So I'm fucking suspect of these. I'm like, you know, the fake, like Monday, the big fake out. You think it's going down. You get everybody fucking telling you it's gonna crash. All other shit. And I'm like, man, if a short week, we just start blasting. Yeah, 531.31. Right here. Right there, you got it right there. 531.31. As a matter of fact, let's take a peek. Let's take a closer look. Let's make sure we're correct here. Let's see if we're telling lies or not. Hold on one second here. So this right here, let's take a closer look. Let's zoom in. Hold on a second here. Can I open it? All right, let's take a peek. All right. I said we'd go right there, right? What's that right there? What time is that? That's the 1 hour high. Let's see if we got near that or not. Doesn't look like we got up there, does it? We didn't catch that high, did we? When is that? That was the close on Friday, right? That was Friday close. You see it right there? Watch my cursor. See that right there? It's closed on Friday, right? That's Friday close, right? You see that one right there? You see that little tick right there? Look at that little tick. Let's go back and look at that on Friday. It's Friday close. Ready? Here's Friday close. Here's the high tick. See it? That's the high tick and Friday close right there. We got it, didn't we? Whoop. That's today. So we got that one just fine. Near perfect. Near perfect, right? Near perfect, right? Say it again with me. Near perfect, right? The low was down here, right? And I called that one. Let's see how close we were on this one. So this was the low right here. And I didn't get this one right, did I? We went lower than this, didn't we? That was the low from... We went a little bit lower, didn't we? A little bit deeper than I expected. All the way down to the gamma flip right there. Nope, is that going to work? Hold on here. So this one we tagged almost near perfect. This one we broke down below, didn't we? Right there. So directionally right. A little bit more extension down here, but the question becomes, do we go up into this close? And, dude, I'm telling you what, I'm like, I can't, no, close that. Cancel. I got concerns here. Like, hold on here. 100%. Let's go back to main screen here. What I don't like is that, like, I'm getting bulled up here to go up. Is this the fake out to go up to the till the 31st for that new high or not? And there, like, I'll tell you what, like, fucking, I'm reading some of this stuff in the background here, and this is another day of people saying, or not people, but firms saying that they're trading the vol trade. This is a bull trap in here. I got some concerns. That's right. You go ahead, make your predictions for tomorrow. We'll see how close you get it. We'll see how close you get. But in that same token, right? We have no ramp up here either, do we? We didn't get a up V-shaped recovery, did we? Nope. We didn't get a V-shaped recovery. I don't like seeing that. That doesn't make me happy. You know what else doesn't make me happy is I don't like velocity not coming down enough. I would love to see hourly velocity like hit that low today and have velocity down here somewhere. We don't have that either, do we? So that's not bullish. We're neutral right now. The other thing that concerns me is that the other thing that concerns me is the VIX, of course, and then HYG is breaking below its daily trigger. HYG breaking below its daily trigger. 10-year fucking cranking. Dixie wants to fuck, man. Dixie wants to have a party. So everything is pointing towards a roll, isn't it? Everything's saying like, we should be going up here, but there's somebody out there trying to say, fuck you. Someone's on the volatility trade. They don't care where you think we should go. $325 right now. I got us going up. But it looks sketchy as fuck even to me. I'm not going to lie. It looks pretty fucking sketchy. It looks like a fucking bull trap is what it looks like. Like everything looks right, and then it's like walking like a horse, like walking like a duck, quacking like a duck. But it ain't flying like a duck, right? Or what is it, walk, talk, and something? Fly? I don't know. Tough call here. For me, it's tough call. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm wondering, Poke. I think it's a fucking fake out. My time in market's telling me that this is a fake out and we're going up into the 31st. But even with time in market, I know that regardless of what we should be doing, if there's a vol trade on by a fucking hedge fund, low volume market, you can fucking manhandle a fucking dealer, right? And get them on your side. I'm sticking with my thesis. Up. It's worked twice now. I'm 2 for 2. So I'm going to stick with my motherfucking... Oh, sorry, I should be swearing like that. I'm going to stick with my thesis. We're going up. I'm 2 for 2. I'll take 2 for 3. And I'm still in the Hall of Fame. But I'm smelling it. I just smell these fucking because like we're in a low volume environment. These guys can come in and like wrangle up. They can swing price where they want to put it. I got to think about this because like asking myself if I'll buy this or not. Looks like my market experience says we're going up, but it smells like a fucking trap. Everything else is screaming no, we're going down. We're gonna go against the trade. Let's see what they're doing into the close here. I want to see if they're buying more puts secretly in the fucking background. Pop a gummy? I didn't actually take any gummies this weekend. I didn't take any gummies, not one. Not one single gummy. I stayed sober-ish. I had friends with me that weren't sober, and I wanted to make sure that they were safe. I thought I might party, but I didn't. I always feel like here, let me just check 2-day. No, I want let me just check 2-day. Let me check 3-day really quick. That ain't showing shit. So let me show you guys something cool. So inside of the Discord, right, we have premium bots. If you ever want to sign up, go to tradetrigger.com. For $32 a month, you get 10 or 12 charts that you get updated twice a day that you can manipulate with triggers and velocity. We get a whole bunch of other crap. Market briefs, you get access to the Discord. We have premium bots in there, and what I'm looking at right now is this right here. I'm looking at Unusual Whales bot. And select how many days. I'm looking at the 2-day and 3-day. Let's look at the 2-day. You know, not too much put buying here, right? Early daytime call buying. Blood down. Looks like a lot of bulls got fucked in here. We didn't buy calls in here. Yeah, it's like okay put buying in here, but not crazy. People are ramping put buying right now, and prices going higher. So put buyers are getting fucked. This shows you too how many people get fucked out there when they're trading. They're buying all these calls here. They get rolled. They don't start buying calls until right here, and then of course they get rolled. So there's a bunch of losers today in terms of put and call buyers. Let's check market tide. Let's take a look at market tide. So these premium bots, if you get a membership, you can have at them all day long. Let's see here. Optimizer's in there. What's up, brother? Look at that fucking Jesus Christ. Look at that. My God, you guys are buying puts like crazy. You guys are buying puts like crazy in here. You guys are fucking vicious right now. You guys are loaded to the tits and puts. Let me check that again for 2 day. 2 days. No, there isn't 2 days, right? There's only 1 day. You guys are buying calls here. You got our puts here. You guys are buying puts. You guys are fucking vengeful motherfuckers. You guys are all out there fucking all bared up. You guys are all bared up right now. You guys are all on fucking puts. You guys are looking for doom and gloom. Well, you're well hedged. We ain't going nowhere, are we? I'm with you, Poke the Juice Box. Let's fucking feel for more upside. I'm with you, Poke the Juice Box. I'm with you, brother. I think these guys are gonna get fucking smoked. I'm staying on my trade here. I'm 2 for 2. 2 for 2 right now, so I'm sticking with my plan until it breaks. It hasn't broken yet, so I will say this though. You do want price over that hourly trigger. I am with the upside move. And I'm sticking with the fucking brief I gave you yesterday that fucking worked all day long today. If you are bearish here, I'm going to give you the bear thesis too, okay? So here's the bear thesis. So there's a counter trade going on in the background. If we cannot break above 529.35, we reject 529.35, right? And as long as we're underneath 529.35, more downside expected. So if you are looking for another downside target, that first target is 526.68, and then old man Jim James used call lot down here. Conservatively 523.50. Something really nasty, 521.23. 521.23. But I'm not on that trade, so. I am on the upside trade. I'm sticking with my thesis here. I think they're fucking. I think they're lying to you. I've been trying to cover it all day long. I haven't had a chance. We will cover it. I will cover it tomorrow. We will go through it. I've been trying to get to that segment, and I haven't been able to. But we need to discuss it, as it will have some material impact on our marketplace. I want you guys to have an understanding of the mechanics of it. Do you guys think we're ever going to move to a system like China where you have 2 sessions and we trade every fucking day? Would you guys want to see trading every single day? You guys got my market brief. You're a supporter. If you are a supporter or higher, we have traded this market exactly as expected. Well, within, pretty reasonably close. A lot fucking closer than most motherfuckers on FinTwit trying to tell you where the market's going with their goddamn crystal ball. 99% of FinTwit. You don't want the 24/7 markets. Yeah, DeFi, yeah. Like triple leveraged fucking crypto out of the country and stuff like that. Do you like the idea of 2 sessions? Like China does it. That shit's brutal. Have you guys ever traded the Chinese market? It is fucking gnarly. It is really gnarly. It's bad. Yeah, I agree with that too. I used to trade futures. I don't trade them anymore because I had an unregular life. I like the idea of like normalcy, right? Like I'll still trade futures if there's like big risk, like market doom crash. I don't mean going down to 520. I mean like, you know, if we're going to bear market or some shit. You know how many fucking nights last bear market we were in, I was up late night, like hedging. It sucked balls. I hate trading. I mean, I know that you guys like it. I know a lot of you trade futures. But for me, I got like wife, kids. I got like 5 mistresses at nighttime. But, you know, I like the idea of like Monday through Friday, take a vacation. Fucking not having like a fucking beard and shit. Wearing fucking underwear fucking 5 days in a row. Fucking bathrobe. Yeah, that's what my question was. Would you do like 2 sessions rather than 24/7? You just do like 2 separate sessions. But I've heard nightmare stories of it in China. You know, David Amos, I think, traded China stocks for a while. He might have some input on that. Yeah, I think it's a fucking mess. Like, I know from what I've heard, China can get really fucking crazy. Yeah. Dude, why would I want it? Like, I don't understand people that want, like, a mistress. I'm like, fuck that shit. I have enough fucking problems with a wife and 2 daughters. I shit you not, dude. Like, I have fucking my wife and kids are not nice to me. They don't love me. I'm going to tell you truthfully. They do not fucking love me. My wife and children are mean. I am an afterthought. And as the 2 daughters get older, now they want shit. Like, when they were young, it wasn't so bad, but now they're getting older. So now you got, like, 3 fucking women with an idea of what they want. It's getting worse. I'm serious. This is not a joke. It was way easier when there was an adult woman and 2 young daughters. I could, like, take care of the kids. They're always happy. Now they're, like, speaking for themselves. I'm serious. Like, they want, like, I'm a woman. I get what I want. And I'm like, what the fuck did you just say to me? She gets what she wants. That's my wife. She's like, no, I'm 17. And I'm a woman. And you taught me how to be a fucking powerful woman, so I'm going to exert that power on you. Like, what the fuck did you just say to me? I pity their fucking boyfriends. They're fucked. They're fucked. They are. These girls got fucking rich taste, man. These girls are not cheap. And like their mom's like a feminine, like not a feminazi, but just feminists. Like these girls are in like these girls get raised to be in charge. These are alpha girls. Oh fuck no, we ain't doing no Giga Chad boyfriends. We ain't doing none of that bullshit. There ain't no room for that in this house. There ain't no room. Based. I want based. Sigma based. No fucking Giga Chads. We ain't doing that shit. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, cut your ass off. No more money. Have fun paying insurance. You're Googling Giga Chad? If you're a woman listening to this program, let me ask you for your insight. Maybe you can help me out as a. Maybe you can actually help me. If you're a woman and your dad was really good to you in your teenage and college years, did you ever listen to him if he was like, look at that, listen to that douchebag over there, don't date him? Did you listen to him or no? Did you just lie to him and like still date him and just don't tell dad? What? I need help. Did you listen to your dad, Jill, or no? What did you do, Jill? Did you just not tell your dad? Did you say, suck it up, Dad? What'd you do? Talk to me. They don't listen. They're always in love. So if I threaten to I don't want to threaten to cut my daughter off and lose my daughter as my daughter. Wentz behind his back. I can't say it. That's the worst part, too, because you know your dad's like, I don't like this, that, and this and that, and men. So your daughter's like, I guess that's who I'm dating, right? Everything you don't like about a guy, I'm going to date that guy. Addie, you jumped out of your window? These women lie, man. These women are worse than men. You got busted? That's the one thing. I don't want to lose my daughter, right? I don't want to be like, dump that asshole and then lose her. I want to at least be able to be around her in case something goes wrong. But I don't want Giga Chad sucking off her either. I am a woman. No, I didn't listen. However, treating your daughter so well raises the bar of what she expects. A man, right on, cool. I treat my daughters with a lot of respect. I treat them like I raise them like I would like an equal, not like a subservient female or anything like that. Like I would a boy, right? If I was to raise a boy to be a leader and all that kind of stuff, I do the same thing with my daughters. Do I want my daughter to hang around Twitch nerds? I want them to hang around nerds. Yes. Nerds. I like nerds. I'm down. Nerds. I don't want them to join the military. I want them to like go to school, get a degree, get smart, be intelligent, wait to have kids, enjoy themselves with date around, date different men, date women, whatever they want. I don't care what they date. Whatever they're happy with, whatever makes them happy, as long as it's healthy. I don't want them to get abused. I want them to stand up for themselves. I want them to know if anybody ever fucks with them, I'll fucking bury them in the backyard. That's real. That is fucking real. Put a fucking hand on my daughter, dude. Oh my God. Oh. I wish we were closing or crossing before the close here. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I've never laid a fucking hand. Well, I did lay a hand on my oldest daughter. My youngest I've never touched. I slapped one slap across her ass when she was about 9 years old. No, about when she was about 9 years old. She's 17 now. She lied to me, and it was dangerous. She lied to me once and didn't tell me the truth, and her and her friend got in trouble. And I gave her a whack across the ass. It wasn't like hurtful or painful. It was an insulting slap. And as I did it, I leaned in, and we discussed this. It was very dangerous because I needed her to know that she could always come to her daddy and tell him the truth and that she would not get in trouble. And I was like, look, we're going to have a quick talk here. I was like, I was like, for the rest of your life, I don't care what trouble you get in, but I need you to tell me the truth so that I can help you. And if you begin this, if you go down this path of lying to your father in these type of situations, and she was shocked. My youngest never did it to. She never did this to me, but my oldest, for a brief moment when she was 9 years old, I was like, look, if you're ever in a situation where you're in drugs or you're drinking somewhere or a man's doing something to you or you're being abused, sexually abused, physically abused, and you're afraid to tell daddy because I would be disappointed, you know, and I reinforce that with my children because I'm always afraid of that shit. I don't ever want my kids to be afraid to tell me things or their mom. If not me, at least their mother. Yeah, I've never touched either. I've never spanked either of them. Never had to. Never had that kind of situation, except for that one time. And she was like shocked, like, oh, and I'm like, yeah. Tell daddy the truth in these situations.
S&P 500, 176 million to the buy side. NASDAQ 100, 584 million to the buy side. The Dow Jones, 271 million to buy. Mag 7 stocks at 609 million to buy.
What they were doing was they were looking at her and her friend were looking at penis pictures. Guess how they were looking at them? They were looking at them on eBay. So they were looking at like dildos and stuff like that. They wanted to see what a penis looked like. And then they started blaming each other. Her friend was Christian. And the parents didn't want to believe. The parents thought it was my daughter. And it was the two of them. It wasn't just my daughter. And then we talked about penises. I'm like, look, you can talk to mommy and daddy about penises. We can look at penises. You want to see what they look like? You're curious? That's okay. It's not something to be embarrassed about. You know, don't hesitate to tell mommy and daddy this stuff. Yeah, you're raising kids. Kids are not easy to raise. They're hard. They're not easy. Well, they were getting each other in trouble. Then the parents were all mad. And they were like hard right, not hard right, but they were really, really, really Christian. And, you know, they're like they're blaming each other. And I'm like, you know, don't throw your friend under the bus. Defend each other. Tell the truth. Yeah, it's all real. Yeah, they don't come with instructions. And all kids are different too, you know? They're all like there's some nurture in there and they'll take some of you, some of your wife, whatever, all that kind of shit, but they're never the same either. You got to do different things with them. That's right, snitches get stitches. Yeah, it never ends, does it, Damon? It never ends. I've had to go back to my dad and apologize all through my adult life. My father, I did not like my dad. And my dad was very mean to me. He wasn't a good dad. He didn't have a father, and he was winging it. Now he got back from Vietnam. He's crazy and all that shit. But he loved me. And as I got older, I realized many times that he really was looking out for me as a man. He did not want me to go down the bad place. He wanted me to be a good man. I've been married 26 years because of that. My dad's still married to this day. He's a good man, too. Congrats, Juan. Lose money on drugs or meme stocks, a conundrum. My oldest is probably going to school for finance. More than likely. Oh, we're squeezing up right now, baby. Woo! Squeeze it up. Yeah, that's right, Stacy. That's right, Stacy. Self-respect, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Self-respect. Don't ever feel embarrassed. Don't ever feel like, treat yourself good, expect a lot. All that stuff. And women need that, especially young women. The thing that I notice with my daughters is they go through so much more. Boys go through it. Boys have different issues, right? Nobody's ever there for a boy. What I notice with boys is nobody ever loves a boy. As a boy, there's like this society says, suck it up, don't cry, and man up and move on. Stuff all that shit down deep, right? And then girls, they have all kinds of fucking issues, like peer pressure, looks, nasty to each other. That shit's still real today. Yeah, that's right. Get up there. Get the fuck on up there. Nothing's changed, boys and girls. Nothing's changed as of right now. If you are a seller, this is your spot to sell. What else? Yeah, girls have it tough. Dude, you know the other thing about girls is this. Men are fucking gross. Like, men, like, what do they call it? They men are like, they're dangerous. Like, if you see, like, if you ever dress up as a woman one day and walk down a fucking street, fucking men leer at women when they're alone. It's disgusting. They do it out in public. Fucking creeping on them, fucking all kinds of nasty shit. Women have it really hard, and I don't like to get into it, but hey, what's going on? Is that Mike? Mike De Silva's in the house right now. What's going on, brother? Mike De Silva, Figure Out Money's here. How you doing, Mike? I love you, man. How you been? What do you think, Mike? You think we roll this down on that vol trade? Or do you think we go higher to an all-time high, brother? What are your thoughts? I hope you're well, man. Hope your wife's well. Hope your child's beautiful. Oh, no kidding, Juan. Yeah, I send people Mike's way all the time, dude. I love Mike. Mike's a great tactician. He knows his stuff, period. I love Mike. Good to see you, man. How you been? Happy holiday, man. Happy Memorial Day. Hope you had a great weekend. What do you think about where we are right now? You think they're going to try to roll us again then tomorrow? One more time down to 423, 420. Get that vol up moving. Yeah, I like figuring out money. He does it right. He's one of the best out there. By the way, if you don't know Mike, right? Check him out on YouTube. He's got a live stream on Twitch, and he has recorded videos at nighttime. He's a guy that I used to watch all the time. I don't have time anymore to do this stuff, but he's the guy that I watch He's on my roll to watch at nighttime. So check him out on YouTube, and he's on Twitter as well. Are you going to live stream today, Mike, or no? We should do a raid on you, send our people your way. Do you like Bitcoin right now? I'm kind of sketched out, Mike, on this close right now. I would have liked more of a V and more high right here. Quick recovery, quick down, quick up. Hedge funds are on a volatility trade right now, too, or at least they're claiming to be. Well, you couldn't get the time? All right. Hey, Mike, we're also coming into the slow season, man. We got to get together and I got to interview you at some point. We're almost ready, man. Hopefully we can get a little bit of downtime. Nice slow part of the market for the summer. I can get you on the show. I'm going to get Binky on you. I'm going to get Binky on it and try to reach out to you, brother. We're almost at that point, brother. We can get some free time. Yeah, definitely, brother. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Man, Mike, I got to tell you, man. I got to tell you, as we go to the close, Mike, this weekend, right? This weekend I was at an event, like with VIPs and all. They had all the Instagram people and the furroos and all that kind of stuff. And I couldn't do it, man. I can do it with you because you're real. But like that whole furroo thing. Oh! Oh, baby. Oh. Yeah, all right, man. We're going to do it, Mike. I'll have Binky reach out, brother. Whoa! 3 for 3 right now, baby. Let's go. Get up there trading 529.89 right now. Woo! 529.96, 530.03, 530.06, 530.09, 530.14 right now. They're lying to you, aren't they? 530.14 and a high right now, heading into the close. Smoking anybody in puts right now. 530.27, 530.28. Get on up there. Climb that wall of worry. Poke the juice box. Where are you? Where are you? Poke the juice box. Squeeze them. I'd be taking the money and running here. If you're in calls right now, just take the money and run. Yeah, I'd rather be in a room hanging out with Mike all day long than any of those guys I was with this weekend. Real traders, real people, not weirdos. Mike's no furu. Mike's awesome. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it totally was. Say it, poke the juice box. Puts don't pay, baby. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. It's 4 o'clock. Mike, I'm coming for you. You guys all have a great, great night, and I'll see you tomorrow, and you're going to get a market brief from me this evening. Later. Later, Mike.